the wonderful opportunity to host the first session, get you all energized for this brilliant day where we are ultimately colleagues together in the same room. And yes, thanks for the plug. If you're not aware, I did write a book with Martin Sykes and Paul Homan on surviving enterprise architecture. At which point, when I did write that book, my chief operating officer, said, "What's going on?" And of course, that made its way in. And so speak to Ian at the back of the room if you want to get a coffee. It is a different style book. But let me tell you a little bit about me, and I'm going to first of all check it's working. Now this might work, it might not, but it should give you a bit of vertigo or I have loved using a bit of AI to this presentation, and actually let's treat this as a bit of a discussion. I don't think it's going to run to the full 45 minutes, so let's make this a keynote that can involve discussion at the end a bit. But yeah, a bit about me. Chloe Gray. I currently work at a Nationwide Building Society, 3.5 years there, and I look after primarily the customer servicing domain and the back office central functions. Been a wonderful career there so far. I traversed from Bentley Motors Manufacturing, of course, very large organisation. Did a lot of travel to Germany instead of down to Swindon. Way to Germany much more easily than Swindon from the north. And happy to say that traversing those two industries wasn't that difficult. It's EA, and I use a term which I stole off a head teacher that I was a NED for. The thing is not the thing, and we'll have a look at how we work through that. So hopefully you've got a bit of seasickness from that. It's describing in my mind all the things that go on when I'm thinking about EA. It's a lot of information. So in this presentation, keynote, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the complex world we live in. And I love the introduction, Colin, about AI. We talk about AI in a lot of regards. And it brings complexity of thought and complexity of approach as well as you try to traverse it. And then some key challenges and how to survive them, tools, tactics and strategies, and building the practice itself. And then building some resilience into a future-ready EA. But before I start, let's just get a bit of audience participation. Tell me, put your hands up if you are an enterprise architect. A good proportion, but not all, not a surprise. How many of you are starting out in enterprise architecture, restarting an enterprise architecture practice? Okay.
I established one.
Excellent.
Some years ago.
And how many are working through a real nitty-gritty problem with an enterprise architecture? Well, welcome to those who are new to enterprise architecture. It is a fabulous career because it's got such diversity of thought. You know, you can make it your own as long as you're clear about what it is you do. We'll go through that a little bit. And I do walk a little bit, and I do sometimes trip. So, understanding enterprise architecture in a complex world. Enterprise architecture is like trying to plan, design, and build a plane whilst trying to fly it through the storm. I've had several analogies. There's one about chess in the book, and I tried that at the last conference. And it really is. You're trying to do a lot at the same time. And if you can keep it in the air, you're already ahead of the game. So, how do we map it? How do we navigate it? It's constantly changing world. Humans are becoming more and more complex, more interconnected, and they require flexibility, or it requires flexibility to respond to it. They expect more, faster, and often for free. We call it hygiene, or whether it's things that just they expect, and you're not going to probably get a lot of credit for it. But as an enterprise architect, you will need to leverage an understanding of it and convince the people around you that the free stuff versus the transformational stuff are important, balancing those two things. And we'll traverse that a bit more. Technology must evolve, of course, and therefore we are the enablers of that competitive approach, because we are going to describe the story as to how you will achieve it. Usually we're in a function that's central, and that helps. We can come on to that a little bit and talk about it as well, but it is important to balance. It's like all about balance. Okay, so the race to realise, and again, these images I developed using AI. I had a lot of fun. I did wonder whether there wasn't enough females in this, looking at architect her in the room. But of course you've got a female right up here. She's leading the way. I'm joking. So in the information age, I mean, information to us, data to us as enterprise architects is imperative. It's what we live for. It's not the only thing, but you know, we can speak with data. And we use it to realise that competitive edge. Because it is about winning. It is about getting forward and going forward and connecting those experiences, or connecting the enterprise, whether that be literally, physically, or actually just through your stakeholder network. So it is not only tech, we know this, it's people, process, it's data. And we are providing that assurance. When we're out of that silo, we're trying to build that story that people might only have a chapter of it. And so it is about creating that dialogue, that narrative, and adapting. So being adaptive with your governance. We'll come on to that a little bit more as well. So, enterprise architecture in motion. In this complex world we're living in, it's a perpetual cycle. Yesterday in the office, I was dealing with the minutiae of governance and making sure people could traverse it easily. And that was really important because we don't want to be the blockers. So at the same time, I was speaking with the customer team about channel architecture and making sure that I understood their lens so that I could interpret it and reflect it. And I was speaking to a vendor, Microsoft, about what they thought. The diversity that in a role is really important. Don't be stuck in just one view. Don't be stuck in the data capture. So the role of EA is simply not linear. We need consistency. We love definitions. We love assumptions. We love all of those words that help us to provide structure to a conversation or a project or a practice. But you do need to choreograph and sense the room, sense that dialogue. So we strategize while planning, we plan while designing, we design while we're doing. Ultimately, I try to think always 5, 6, 7 steps ahead to predict where things are going. It's about by osmosis, understand what the situation is. Because EA, after all, is a living discipline and it's not a static deliverable. You can't wait. We talk about inertia and ivory tower and there's all those principles, but it's real. We can't wait or ask the business to wait for us to do lengthy pieces of analysis. So clarity emerges through iteration and not doing things in isolation, making sure that you publish, and I'll layer as I go. Key challenges and how to survive them. What are the tools and tactics? Again, yeah, my husband particularly loved this particular list. He's more into Warhammer, but so to cross that value valley, you must tame the mountains of legacy. You must silence the clash of opposing opinions and walk the technical tightrope with purpose. Because poor processes don't retreat, they regroup. And that is something I think really rings true in all of the contexts I have operated as an enterprise architect. So with that in mind, I really did enjoy creating this presentation. Just evolved. So I asked the AI agent to evolve from the previous diagram. And you've got everything from it looking futuristic from that aspect. And it looks like you've got army folk in the bottom with laptops. Can you imagine that? Will be the future. Hopefully not. So you're connecting that vision. You're balancing innovation with capability and execution. You're building a practice, not a blueprint. Of course, you're building a blueprint, but it's not only about that blueprint. We love the blueprint because writing stuff down is important. It's not enough to talk about it because they end up being expensive meetings without results. So a blueprint will gain leverage and it will allow you to anchor decisions to it. But it is more about the execution of it and making sure that people can work with it in this battlefield and draw down from it the decisions. And as a leadership trainer, I mean, every day is a learning day for an enterprise architect. But last week I was in an executive training of Andy Fell, looking up. He's quite great at what he does. And he talks about making headlines. Now, he talks about it from a professional coach perspective, but you can draw parallels in enterprise architecture. Because the headline, if you think ahead, what would you want your practice to look like? What would you want your organization to look like? What would the headline be? And what would be that news article? It gets you thinking more creatively about AI. What would you say AI would do? Or, you know, whatever lens it is you can help put into this article. It gets you to think with that North Star in mind. Other techniques, for example, it might be a headline, that might be, you might just not be able to anchor that in your organization, but the use of questions. So form a question out of it, the problem, or create a problem statement, but be really clear about what it is you're trying to answer. If you're not, more than likely you won't deliver to what the expectations are of your stakeholders. So on the battlefield, make headlines, not just diagrams, and build guardrails, not roadblocks. And again, we've got this parallel. We do need to instill compliance and robust systems and architectures, but at the same time, we also need to make sure that the systems and architectures are future-proof. So we talk later a little bit about breaking down those roadblocks so that they can feel part of a journey that where they know they need to get the stamp of approval from whatever mechanism you have at an architecture board. But on the way, partnering up with them to make sure that not only they tell you early enough about what they're thinking about, but you're preparing them for that governance and it becomes a narrative, a story that they're part of. So navigating those tensions between people. Because after all, transformation without architecture is just chaos with a budget. We need to influence momentum and meaningful change. Momentum. Meaningful change. And so again, really this organisational needs, bit at the bottom should have been a weight, maybe in the diagram, but again, it's all about storytelling. You know, we do need to balance our needs, the tech tensions and the organisation realities. I find it's very important coming off that battlefield to make sure you're tailoring your engagements for impact. Tailoring is essential in all of my roles and as practices that I've developed. It takes longer. These are obvious comments, of course they are, but the art of enterprise architecture is in that tailoring, making sure that the stakeholders you work with understand you. Otherwise, you'll be bypassed. So building that shared language. And my opinion of business capability models, technology capability models, is that they are absolutely essential for certain purposes, but make sure you're using them for the right purpose. I have both of those artifacts in the organisation that I am in at the moment, and I had it in my previous organisation, and I did use it, especially TCMs, useful but consistency to talk amongst tech folk that can get their heads around it. But on, for example, a channel strategy, I'm not going to use something as broad as a business capability model. When I first joined my current organisation, I walked into a room first day into a workshop, which I hadn't had the opportunity to influence. And they did use a BCM, business capability model, and it went flat. From that point onwards of introducing it, the person in the leadership position couldn't understand it. And so every part of that workshop had not got any success leverage because we weren't using the language they were familiar with. So a lot of this is about making sure you're building that shared language, but preparing those leaders or those stakeholders, those tech folk, for the conversation, giving them the ability to work with you. Preparation is key, after all. Now, guarding against external misdirection. What that means is we cannot do our jobs without support from external agencies. Partner, Forrester, our vendors that help us with our tech. You can't you can do your job without them because you need to understand their outside in. They are there to provide those external insights. But particularly with the vendors that are supporting you, they will have their own motives. Of course they will. And I know this is an obvious point, but you have to dig beneath the collateral and ask the so what. So what will it mean? And give them guidance to say, don't tell me to rip out a system. Tell me how I can navigate the change required to that system, given the outcome, the North Star I'm trying to achieve. So it is about, you have a responsibility to frame that conversation too with your external partners so that they can advise you. Just as well as possible. The power of storytelling. Martin Sykes, my esteemed co-writer, he wrote a little bit about storytelling. Go and search him up. But his point about storytelling is something that I've already woven into this discussion already. But let's start with a pen. Pick up that pen. I think it works. I get a lot of good feedback, but I am always the person that picks up that pen and goes to the whiteboard. If there was a whiteboard in here now, and we had a discussion at the end of this presentation, I'd be writing feedback. Because what it does is, and then again, simple principle, but the success of EA tends to be leveraged around getting that appetite, getting that attention, getting the discussion going, agitating around common problems and making sure that if there's opposition, that you're challenging on it and making sure that the other side is really truly known, that you can come to a conclusion. So storytelling is building that trust in the narrative, knowing your audience. Draw and when. What to draw and when is really important. You know, this we're great. We've got loads of views. We develop so many views, so many strategies. My teams, my local drive, my even meeting chats have got multiple documents in them. Unless they're going to be read, they're no use. So co-create with them. Make sure you're listening and getting that feedback and crafting the so what. I say that so much. So, coping with resistance to change. Where does it emerge? It emerges because of conflicting mindsets and priorities. We're constantly having to traverse people with different motivations, priorities, struggles. And so the uncertainty about tech also becomes apparent in that. Now, not just the tech, but the role of tech, the role of architecture. Pretty sure that most folk in here will have had or heard of a conversation where, well, what is enterprise architecture and how is that different to product owners and how is it different to business analysts? The answer is, well, it matters so far as your description of it and your mandate that you create about it. So when you're starting your architecture practice or restarting it or grappling with a business problem, you're describing the problem in the context of where you think your practice can give most benefit. Because what you're effectively doing is you're breaking down silos. You're usually agnostic of those functional boundaries and trying to build bridges across them and translate lovely ones. And you're breaking down the silos and understanding the fears around disruption. So engage, you've heard that already. Make sure that why is really understood. Your why will be different to their why. So I try to always build in their why into the context carefully because you have your own output and outcome to resolve, but it's a negotiation. You need to demonstrate early wins. Again, don't disappear. You need to understand where those early wins will help you leverage kudos. You could get the advocates in your sponsors. Get them to tell your story for you. And sparking debate around it. Because resistance isn't a barrier, it is a signal. So I've mentioned this before about LABRIC, the analysis paralysis. I do float around that problem And then I challenged myself to go, another week's coming up. What would I deliver so that it shows demonstrable progress? Determining that definition of done. Scoping and dividing the projects so that you can easily understand what the art of the possible is. And keeping a track of it by understanding, well, what decisions, what would you communicate? What would show as momentum in this piece of work? Because if you disappear, so will the value of your EA practice. Being pragmatic and not perfect, where can often be seen as perfectionists, and there's no room for that. I'm probably going to say something that should be on one of the other slides, but it's 90% of what, or 98% of what? Your measurement should be appropriate. It should be not perfect, it should be appropriate. So if you're trying to achieve 98% data accuracy in your repository, 98% of what? I would say 98% of the first 20%. Because you're scoping that 20% that's relevant to people engaging with it. So, building a successful and a resilient EA practice. Resilient EA isn't just about surviving change. It's about architecting clarity and purpose, momentum in complexity, and value in volatility. In a world that simply won't slow down, resilient architects don't just adapt, they lead. So, understanding the DNA of your organisation, the things that make it work, the hidden assumptions, the hidden motives, the power structures. I mean, don't underestimate doing a stakeholder map, because Henry over here knows Joe over here. It's a really subtle thing, but how are you going to impact Henry when Joe has already got a preconceived idea? So go to Joe. So know your power structures. And it's similar to the second point, uncovering that invisible architecture. Shadow IT, citizen IT, we all suffer from it. But actually making it visible to some degree will be part of your journey so that you can talk about it and agitate around it and understand what risks are within it in that current state and whether there needs to be a point where you address it. Link to the vision, the ivory tower, and find the sweet spot between desirable and feasible. I was part of a customer journey program from an enterprise architecture practice a couple of years ago, and we looked at desirability, viability and feasibility, and the sweet spot between all of it, because you can't address the whole context without understanding where the customer's coming from, where the business is coming from, and where the folk delivering it are. So understanding the people in your organisation and how they're going to help you or help you to help them. So second point of building that practice will be about assessing the capabilities and building that backbone. Already talked about addressing the context, and I've alluded to the sponsor. But sponsorship doesn't naturally just mean the coup. It can be anybody in the business that you can anchor to and address some problems that they can then sell your benefits on. And let them be your spokesperson. Be clear about your mandate. When I first joined Nationwide, I secured some very initial quick wins. And kudos by not flying the EA flag, but understanding what the problems were and explaining how EA was helping without even using the word EA. And then I rinsed and repeated a process that they could become familiar with. Because in a large organisation, and I think it would be true of a smaller organisation, but you would be a bit more adaptive, that consistency, whereas it's flexible, there needs to be a rhythm to it that they can feel, right, okay, this is what's coming next. And I understand it, and I understand why I need to give Chloe that data, because it's going to yield this. And you build that trust. So consistency and then maturity. So maturity can come in a number of different ways. We can heat map, of course, I'm quite a fan at the moment, and of course these things change. There's lots of things that come out that help you analyse differently, but recently we were amused at why we were putting money into a branch finder on the Nationwide Building Society app. Why would we do that? Who in this room would log onto an app to find a branch? Some people might. Most people would probably ask Google, the favourite search engine. You probably then start to look at other devices like Alexa and Siri. So measuring maturity is about understanding the context of why things are needed and the value. So if as an enterprise architecture, you're able to demonstrate that actually here are your capabilities, you're here on the index, you've got 0 capability, but you are aspiring to get 3 in our opinion, from what we've seen. Or you're 0 and you remain 0. That branch finder app, for example, we shouldn't have spent anything in that. So it's about trying to understand that measurement structure, however that is, heat. And there's lots of different ways. Yeah, and I think we've covered the rest of that on that slide. So in that stakeholder perspective, you're empowering your team. Now, if you don't have a team, you might have a network. When I started out in Bentley Motors, I didn't have a team, really early days. So it's about leveraging that network of folk. They might be process ambassadors, or they might be technical in their role. But understanding that multidisciplinary EA and ensuring that they understand enough of the context that you're trying to actually promote. But if you've got a team, you're going to be investing in their learning because, like I said at the beginning, we're in this period of vast change and opinion. So investing in that learning so that you can agitate and make sure that they're speaking in today's situation, not 5 years ago. Proactivity, not reactivity. So being proactive with so getting your colleagues in your team. So in Bentley, I had a buddy system. So they buddied up with key folk in the business and gave them counsel. And then when the buddy then went to the steering group, I created an advisory group. That advisory group was there to make sure that the folk would feel ready and prepared for the eventual governance board. And whilst we were doing, like I said earlier, whilst going, you're all by osmosis getting the information you need to advise and help along the way. Remembering the basics though, and again, I don't shy away from real simple things like SWOT, because it does celebrate the strengths, it gets that conversation going, but then it takes you straight to the opportunities. Think really far ahead, visionary. The workshop I recall most fondly is where we were talking to data folk, customer data folk, and we ended up talking about all sorts of technology opportunities, with geofencing, flying things over to addresses. Oh, this was when a good few years ago. The point is, you don't know where those kind of conversations are going to go. So we don't always have to make it complex. And use contracts. So the team will often feel overwhelmed because there's so much to do. So to help that, we can create that contract, a statement of architecture work. And what that does, it says, I've heard this in the top part of the template, and this is how I think I can help. Do you agree? If you don't write that down for some of these complex pieces of work you're working on, you can't go back and go, well, we're slightly widening this. You can choose to widen it if you're agreeing to. But that contract can be your saving grace to making sure that you remain relevant and you remain useful to your organisation. So, you're coming towards the end of the presentation, so I'd love to open a discussion. Building resilience into architecture teams. Resilience is a big theme. I think it is for anybody, regardless of the role you're in. Because the challenge is that we have rapid change, we have conflicting views, we are often seen as peripheral. data load can cause confusion, inertia. So this is about, again, making sure that everything you do is embedded in a strategic outcome, that there's a value that's really secured. It's okay to not know. It really is. It's okay to fail. If it's not okay, then probably you're working on the wrong thing, the wrong aspect, and look behind why what the reasons are for the feedback you're getting. At the last conference, Martin and I presented at, we talked about imposter syndrome, and I found actually a lot of EAs feel like imposters because of the feeling peripheral. Of course we do, because usually we're that assurance, but it should be more about being in that central position than it is about your role and your understanding of things. You've got to trust your understanding. It's about your analytical skills. It's about how you approach situations and be, you know, the serial collaborator. So agitate. Don't worry about imposing in. Agitate and prove while you go. And spend time in your customer shoes. I was quite startled with a piece of work last year. Some non-architects were fairly unwilling to go and sit in the contact centre and understand what it felt like, because they'd done it a few years ago. Well, of course, that's true, and it's hard to spare time to do this, but context changes. The challenge of the folk on the line behind that contact centre changes. The complexity we build around our systems. And in a contact centre, you can imagine there's can be quite a plethora of things, knowledge bases that they have to tap into in order to answer a question. And here, spending time in those shoes just reminds you, and it gives you that energy. I think there's a lot of energy in EA. That possibly should be the first word. Energy and agitating maybe. So get that collaboration of, spirit of collaboration and co-creation. When I did that in that context, I had contact centre specialists writing to me for a number of weeks because they'd been energised on this topic to talk through problems. I was able to leverage that learning directly and present back to the senior folk about the problems posed and how perhaps to their hook, which might be average handling time, that would mean in context, using data, using the emotion in the process. So, last slide. What does it take to become a future-ready enterprise architect? Possibly not dressing like that yet, but the pace of change is definitely related to expectations. As I started this presentation, they are evolving. So we must be those strategic scouts and not just system stewards. We must monitor trends, continuously learn and enjoy learning, lead with visions, connect those dots, and think beyond projects. Because the best architects don't just draw the future, they help others see it, shape it, and step into it. And so finally, the book. It's a conversational style. It's not a reference manual. I'm not going to tell you about all the tools, but it will take you through scenarios from 3 seasoned architects who don't necessarily agree on the same thing and therefore wrote stuff that agitated and concluded some themes. So it's been a real pleasure to open this conference for you. I hope you've got a bit of energy now to bring a discussion. So I think we've got about 10 minutes perhaps. Alan, where have we gone? Yeah.
How are you finding Gen AI impacting the EA practices? You know, what's working, what isn't working, and what do you see as big risks for them?
Yeah, so
Other than drawing nice diagrams.
other than drawing nice diagrams, indeed. So clearly with the evolution of Teams in its own right and Copilot that's embedded in Teams, which in our organisation and my previous organisation was quite a moment. And the aspect of that helps you with your daily admin, and helps you with your daily consciousness of problems. We've got a central practice that started to work on some proof of concepts. And of course, some proof of concepts work, they don't. And I think that's what I've learned through talking to our partners. The fast fail mentality for agentic AI or AI in general is one where you have to try it to see where it's going, to understand particularly what needs to be true on the way, because there's a heck of a lot that needs to be true first. And for us in Nationwide, for example, we can't yet release anything from an AI perspective onto our customer base. We're not, our risk adversity doesn't allow that, quite rightly. Because there is a lot to do yet to assure against a lot of things. But I think there's a huge place, and in the paper I'm writing at the moment regarding channel strategy, thinking way ahead. How can we then get agents in our contact centres, for example, leveraging that better from a knowledge perspective? So I think it's treading carefully and slowly and straightly.
Are you using anything from, like, for example, helping generate Zachman models or things like that in the practice itself?
Not yes, no, but I think there's definite opportunity. I've just started, and I think we might hear a little bit about that after the break as well. I think it's a very interesting. I have heard that architecture is a practice, architecture is a service. Thank you. That was it. So it's a really interesting part because, of course, because from a lot of it's admin, isn't it? So we should be able to leverage it for that. Certain time, Duncan.
Just an interesting one. I'm quite interested in behavioural science, and one of the things I was speaking to a few EAs recently is about having emotional safety inside an architecture team, because one of the things I think that we can really add to an organisation is, you know, finding out what's actually going on. And quite a lot of folk outside of VA are quite frightened of enterprise architects because they're sort of obviously, you know, been around for a while and, you know, asking lots of questions. And I just wondered what your thoughts were about how do you create a safe place where people can actually tell you what's actually happening?
It's a cracking point because I think there's two sides to that. There's the side where you're providing safety to the enterprise architects, and then you're providing the safety for people to come to you as architects. And so if I address the latter, the most successful way is through that buddy system, or at least a way of collaborating that is a joint mechanism of understanding where you are and where they are, to make it not feel so utopian and so scientific, because often it's art rather than science. So it's a cracking point. And I think when you look at how roles are evolving, it's not about the role, it's about the outcomes those roles are trying to deliver, and explaining that and bringing that value to life by bringing them in, rather than, you know, having that tension exist. You know, I tackle it straight on.
Yeah.
Hi, Petter.
Hi. Yes, I have a few things written down. I have to open my thing now. I'm expecting it that quickly. So looking at your presentation, and I understand that you're saying about networking and so on, but what I'm kind of missing a little bit, and you probably do it, but it's not in the presentation. But it's about connecting to the change environment, the business change environment. It's not just about us changing, about us analysing, about us telling what it is, but how do we step in to elevate technology at the strategic level, so that from the strategy driving the business, we can actually shape our change program and support the changing of the development of change programs to provide change, rather than waiting for them to decide what they want to do and then respond to that and see, you know, how we react to it. So, because otherwise it feels really reactive and we're not actually part of the change environment, which also means, I guess, as you said, knowing your business, but not just knowing your business, but also knowing how they make change happen. How, you know, how does a project work? How does a strategy work? How does a change transformation work in the organization, and who's driving it, and what's the culture?
Yeah, I mean, it's another great question, because, you know, we hope this presentation wasn't aiming at going through the mechanisms, but you're quite right. And in terms of how I've addressed that in the past, this advisory group usually is affiliated on, and Bentley, I affiliated it to the triage process within the portfolio process. So what you're doing there is you're getting, my portfolio manager was part of my team at the time, so it was about getting the clarity of the so what in the current state embedded within rather than target state. So what we did in the advisory group is people would bring in their current thinking, their current projects, or maybe something in the pipeline, and they would talk to us about it, and it would be a conversation about how it fit with the target state, with the vision. So the triage coupled with the portfolio process coupled with the advisory context was one way. But then, of course, there's a balance with the enterprise architecture practice. You're developing a technology strategy, which is usually 5 years. Well, I mean, this could be the mandate within your practice, it might not be. But in my mandate, I was developing a strategy. So where are we heading to? North Star vision. And that was communicated, and embedded as part of the process. But I didn't do that alone. I had to do that with people and understand where the direction was. So the same folk were involved in that technology strategy, Petra, that were actually involved within the triage, the short term, because what you're trying to do is marry that long-term context that the tech strategy provides, or a 5-year tech strategy provides, and the current context that we're coming from.
Well, how would you, because I'm actually probably talking about elevating it a step higher and looking at the organizational strategy and elevating technology to that level. So looking at investment decisions and understanding at that level already that technology can either enable or stop you from executing your business strategy. So not about creating a technology strategy, but how does technology play a role within your business strategy, and how does it stop you from executing that?
And that's
The choices and the investment choices you make based on the returns that you generate in the organization.
I think it's a careful use of the word technology strategy, right? So when I ran that process, it wasn't just about technology. Like I said in the presentation, enterprise architecture isn't just about tech. It's about the business, the process, the data, the application. So it's about making sure that process of developing a 5-year roadmap is intertwined with the organizational strategy, the op models, and so you're absolutely right. Getting that context there so that then you can compare it to the requests coming through the portfolio process. Because then it's in context. Are we heading the right way? Hopefully, if we'd have had that in place with the branch finder, it's a very large organisation nationwide, so you can often find things that do go get developed, and it was a small change anyway. But that's what should mitigate that type of thing.
Petra, I'm happy to catch up with you after, because
Okay.
when I established an Office of Enterprise Architecture for Refinitiv, pre-merger with London Stock Exchange Group, I had to set up all of that practice of frameworks, the governing bodies, the triage process, chairing the architecture councils, setting up assurance assessments, but making sure that it all interlinks with the enterprise as a whole. So
It'd be good to exchange the experiences then.
Hello. Oh.
Hello. Thanks, Chloe. I sat down listening, and while Petra is coming from that perspective, I'm coming from a completely different perspective. And the perspective I'm coming from is from the board. So here we are, where we have no influence. And here you are talking about the 5-year roadmap, technology strategy, that is not influencing the board. Because the board has a different type of performance metrics, which either your balance scorecard, your OKRs, your KPIs are slightly different based on what the markets are asking it for. And here you are talking about that. So as a survivor of this process, I'm so I'll tell you, Bristol and West Building Society back in 2000. We built moneyextra.co.uk, which was to deliver products from loans to credit cards to whatever, based on a customer journey. Now, if you think about the complexity of that, where you have regulated products and non-regulated products, and you're supposed to go into market with a front end, either omni-channel or whatever it is you're looking at. But here you have a board saying, where's my NPS scores? Where's my this? Where's my that? How, as an EA, you've been able to adapt in those kind of scenarios I've just presented to you based on your 5-year roadmap, which is changing every quarter.
Well, absolutely. So, personally, the way I've taken the technology strategy, which was called IT strategy in the Bentley, was to work with the board on it. That is essential because it has to tell a story. And actually in the book, we talk about complex to crayon. Because it's about not assuming that a board member doesn't need to know all of the context and the detail, because nowadays, my coup, gosh, needs to, it's brilliant at absorbing. We're all great at absorbing information now. So to answer your provocation there, it's about making sure that the dialogue is all the way up and all the way down. Hence why it's important to leverage or have an enterprise architecture practice leverage in the right context of the organization. But if you haven't, it's about getting the sponsors that can give you the dialogue upwards and downwards. So creating an IT strategy, although it's called an IT strategy, of course, that is just a response to ultimately the value that's being posed by the organization at the time. So the 5-year roadmap as an enterprise architect covers all of your enterprise. How do you know your enterprise if you're not actually speaking the dialogue and speaking with the motivations of the board? So you're absolutely right. We call it IT strategy because it's easy, but easy to call it, but it's not easy. There are so many stakeholders, so thank you. You're quite right. I think we're out.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you for the guys who stayed behind. Hope you don't actually fall asleep during this presentation. My name is Luda Bashane, and I thought I'll do a little diagram for where it came from. So I'm from South Africa. My names come from Dutch, French, 17th century. Got converted into some South African context. So I asked AI to help me explain myself. It came up with a translation to English, meaning line from the bush. So from Africa, line from the bush, I think it made a lot of sense. I've been in architecture for about 20-odd years, I think. My first project was 2002. First real EA project. I went into that. Coming from Africa, you know, all the main industries I've worked in: mining, financial services, a bit of government, and then a bit of utilities as well. So I've moved to Newcastle in 2002, where I'm currently at the Newcastle University as a business architect. I joined Newcastle University with no experience in higher education, and becoming the business architect in a higher education institution was quite interesting. And it's my journey of trying to figure out how does higher education differ from the rest of business, and how do you sort of get that communication going. One thing I've also done, my first thing happened in Newcastle was I got access to British cuisine, which is my first Greek sausage roll in 2002, which I think was quite a good introduction, because that's Greeks is from the northeast. So I love that. That's sausage rolls. So the thing about starting a new organization, a new industry, is I normally start with being able to understand what the business is all about. So what I love about financial reporting these days is that the International Standards for Integrated Reports allows you to get a feel for the business. And that's how I started. So going through the university's financial statements and their business model, basically. So the six capitals model. So I'm glad I've got an audience of architects, so I can talk about these sort of concepts now. With business, it's very difficult to actually try and get this communication and explain why I'm doing certain things. So six capitals model, I love it. For the first time, you've got a way of looking at how the business is adding value, not just by the financial reporting, the financial capital that's been used, but the way that we actually generate IP, the way that we actually employ our employees, the way we use our natural resources to add value to the organization going forward. And what we have to do now is, by being able to put it down into your financial statements, it allows architects to get an insight into what's happening in the business and give you a bit of a head start as you go forward. The challenge for me was, I normally take this information and put it into a business model canvas, because it's the easy thing to move things around. But going into higher education, business model canvas doesn't make a lot of sense. Because we don't really have real customers in the sense of in a normal business. We're not selling a lot of things. So there's very smart guys in Europe that sat and worked out a business model canvas for higher education, which I used as a starting point, which was great. Good way of starting getting things understood. But then the second thing struck me. I've started in university, and the university don't like architecture. There's no architecture in the university. So we started there with a blank slate. So what you have is you've got senior management very focused on getting up the performance through strategies, because what you'll find is every year there's some rankings, if you've heard about it. University rankings, everybody's been through that process of would I go to the university, who's got the best researchers, who's got the best student experience, who's got the best interaction. So that kind of measurement drives the university strategy basically. So there's a lot of discussions in boardrooms on sticky notes on the wall, and that's the discussions happened. So how do you go from that sticky notes on the wall and you go from there into operations? Because behind the scenes in your delivery, professional services, your academics, that's very organized. That's sort of lots of detail required. So there's a gap between doing a little project in the beginning of getting the strategy in place and then executing the strategy on the back end of it. Normally what you'll do is in a normal business, not normal business, but in corporate that I'm used to working with is I'll take a balanced scorecard and I'll apply a value stream to that. So you would take the value stream and apply it to your environment, but this universities are too complex for that. What I found out is when you start analyzing it and I start looking at how does the business think about their customers, they'll analyze scores. For example, the big thing for us was the NSS scores, the National Student Survey. What do students think about our university? How are they communicating? So we'll take that group and we'll focus on the student itself. What was good? What was bad? How do we do it? How do we adapt our process? How do we adapt our services or our offering for this group going forward? That's just one dynamic. So that's just one set of students. So what about the other things we're doing? We're doing research. We're engaging. Government is not forcing us. It's actually motivating universities to be more close to businesses. How do we become a closer partner in the business environment? So each of these groups we're looking at, we have business that we actually have to engage with. So stakeholder analysis, great big thing that's happened on the front end. So a lot of sticky notes on the walls, a lot of discussions happening. How do I translate these things now into something that I can use behind the scenes? So another model, sorry, excuse me for just putting all the models in here. I'm taking the advantage here of experts in the room, and I can just throw you off all these technical terms going forward. Other one I love using then in this case is the operating model canvas. Operating model canvas allows me now to start looking at operations, looking at the execution of this whole business. What do I need? Who's going to do the actual work? If I talk about a product, who's going to take this product from conception into delivery? What teams need to talk to each other? So capabilities, processes, organizational structures, governance, IT systems required to make this whole thing work. But you can see a core thing for this whole model here is on the operating model canvas is we've got something called a value delivery chain. That's a fancy word for a value chain, basically. So normal organizations, although you've got lots of customers, it's pretty much focused. So I'm in an industry, I deliver certain things, I can go through a porter value chain, and I can understand how I'm adding value, economic value to my customer at the end of the day. In a university, it's all over the place. So what you'll find is I've got stakeholders, and I'll get to the whole model going forward now. For example, I might have a research student. He's a master's student doing research at the university. So he's enrolled in the university as a student. At the same time, he's part of our research department. He's working on a research project, which is another part of the university. And it might be that the same student is also a worker at the university. So we pay him a salary. So you have to look at them after him as an employee of the university.
Is this a PhD student?
Yes. Yeah. So it's different things we can. So we can't put that one student into one little box. He's involved in different parts of the university. So if we say we want to improve that student experience, what are we doing? Oh, I'm doing one part of his life, but this all stop carries on the other side of his life. So we have to understand how this one stakeholder interacts with the whole university. And there's different sort of stakeholders like this we've got in the university. So what I found is this business model canvas or university canvas doesn't really do the thing for me. I can't get my hands around it as an architect. So I'm stuck. So what did I do? So that's where the sort of thinking comes in. And I'm feeling sort of inadequate, imposter syndrome after this morning's discussion. But be that as it may. And so the first thing I did is looking at the environment is to figure out how does universities add value to society. Now, I know there's a big debate. Why do we need universities in the first place? I can hear it in the sort of why do we pay universities to go if people go away for 4 years and they come out and they can't do anything with it, with a degree afterwards. So the big thing about universities is if you're looking at the Helix framework, that's his strategy. So if you're looking at the university as part of society, we've got the university itself, we've got our student, but we've also got corporate organizations and we've got government. And we also got the university needs as an engine that builds innovation and knowledge in the society. So for me, it's not about just basically the student itself. It's about society, government, everything together. So you start looking at, I'm talking about people the whole time. And unfortunately, I have to go back to Zachman. So I'm one of those old school guys. So I end up in the sort of the Zachman world already. But to me, it's a nice thinking framework. So this Zachman influenced my way of as an architect engaging with the world and trying to figure out what is this business doing? What do I have to focus on? What is top of mind for the business I'm busy with? So normally you can see I've marked people there, but my experience previously was from mining. Mining environment is all about safety and efficiency, and this is a commodity. We've got one customer. We have to go in and we actually have to be as efficient as possible in extracting a lot of minerals, processing and getting it out. So process orientation, very important. Don't care about customers so much as trying to get my cost down. Efficiency, processes, safety. I've got a director of safety, health, environment. That director will fire you if you don't follow the process. So process modeling is key. Banking. It's all about banking is also very easy. It's all about who owes me money and how do I. So it's who owes me money, who do I owe? So it's keeping track of. It's a big chart of accounts basically. It's just very fancy IT-oriented chart of accounts you'll be managing on very fancy ways of doing it. And then utilities. The third column there is location or utilities. So utilities is about where's my power and water going, or where's my gas going? How far is my customer from me? Do I have capacity on my network? Do I have capacity on my pipe to cater for the growth going forward? So it's very important for me to understand where my customer is located, how far am I from my customer, and things going forward. So all three of those first things there, IT, very important. So networking, data, processes, which is applications. Those environments, IT top of mind, willing to spend lots of money on IT getting things going. Universities, there's people. Looking at the responsibilities. Who do I connect with? Who do I talk to? So faculty members, businesses, it's all about relationships. I don't really need IT for that. It doesn't need, so systems-wise, systems thinking is not really part of my way of operating. I don't have a central governance structure where I get money from. So I don't have to always follow the same routine going through the environment. So that's a bit of a challenge. So it's not to say that we don't need those things. Digitalization is important going forward. Everything is also important for all people, but top of mind, the way we think about things. The university has been there for a long time. We can survive as a university without an IT system. It's inefficient, it's slow, but we can still build those relationships. So it's a bit of a challenge getting things forward, moving things on. And then finally, so the whole point for me saying all these things was, where do we get our value from? How does universities generate value? So I can spend another half hour on this little Michael Porter's value chain, but I'm sorry about getting off track sometimes with these kind of things. But I've tried to type the value chain on a university. couldn't do it. So I went to a macro level. So university is actually adding, if I think about the UK as a company, as an organization, and I say that our GDP is a value contribution every year. So if the GDP is growing, which means UK LLC is growing as well. So what is the university contributing towards the GDP of the country? And if you start to look at it from that perspective, there's 5 areas that I've identified, so in support of and primary in the whole GDP creation of universities. That's another section on its own, so let me just not spend too much time on that. But I use that as an input to be able to identify the value delivery chains for university. So that's that's the first thing you have to have, as we understand. How do I group these things together? And then I've used another book that I'm very proud of. I'm getting old, sorry, with all these old references, but it's a book written in 2006, Enterprise Architecture Strategy. Still, to me, one of those fundamental books you have to read about understanding operating models and getting things are linked together. But based on all these things that I've spoken about, I ended up with the value network map. This is the way that I'm trying to say, on the one side, I've got strategy people on the floor, they sticky notes all over the place, they want to solve something. On the other side, organized, structured, want a routine, give me all the details. How do I link these two worlds together? Because I want to take the sort of mapping homemade people things on the wall, translate that into something that's sort of in a system to be able to move that translation between the one and to the other. So what I do is, on the one side, don't try and, so I've been learned my lesson. Don't try and show anybody on this side of the fence anything that looks like an Archimate model. Although it's supposed to be very simple, still not that simple. So I've come across another framework called Edgy as just a simple way of running a workshop. So you're not trying to boil the ocean. You're trying to understand one area. That one area you're looking for is my stakeholders, my customers, values. How does it all link together? Understand the proposition on the front end. That then needs to be translated into more detailed models on the other side. So I want to be able to go from manual sort of sticky notes into a model on the other side. And as an architect, that's where I'm sitting now. So I need to be able to, on the one side, talk to these workshop people, on the other side, talk to the systems guys going forward. And what I've done is the sticker in the middle, the model in the middle is basically a diagram I've done on our LeanIX architecture tool. Sorry. That's a LeanIX architecture tool I've been using. So that it's basically an electronic version. I can press the print button, print out a poster on the wall. It's enough detail on it to have a workshop and understand if I'm adding something to it. But at the same time, I can then reference immediately back to my more technical world and behind the scenes add more detail and link it back to my operating models going forward. So this is now this is my after speaking for 10 minutes. I'm on slide 1. So this is what I'm all about. So let me try and go through this. So the network model. How do I try to show you how I got to these 5 value streams. Happy to be challenged on this as well. So again, as you can see, I've got 3.5 years of experience in higher education. So it might be that I missed something out. But today, this is the best I think I've got a way of approaching it. What I haven't said with the previous model was each of these value streams, government is a way of measuring objectives. So how do I measure my outcome? Because as a university, universities don't sell degrees. Okay. Our universities don't sell degrees. So what we do is we get you in to participate and we transfer knowledge into the student. You have to participate. There's a participative environment you're going into. But as a government, I'm spending money in university. How do I know my money is spent well? How do I know how do I measure your things going forward? So there's 3 government frameworks that are sort of important for universities. It's the REF, KEF, and DEF. And so it's the Teaching Excellence Framework, the Research Excellence Framework, and the Knowledge Exchange Framework. Those are the 3 main objectives that government tries and manages. Those frameworks drive these value streams. There's 2 that's left that I'll talk about now. One is for NSS for the students, and another one is a framework that we're going to use for workforce management. So there's a framework called I don't know what you have. What name of the framework now? but it's this framework for managing your professional staff in your environment. So anyway, what you've got here is, if I can just point or something, the green block you see on the top there, that's the operating model. So I've obfuscated the whole operating model on this poster because you don't need all the detail. So in the operating model detail, all I've shown here is the value stream. So the value delivery stream as a way for us to be able to identify when I'm on a poster and I'm working in a workshop, I can see the sort of key steps that I'm delivering value through my organization. And I've got certain stakeholders linked to those steps. So I can actually have a workshop and I can see things happening behind the scenes. If I click on that green block, I'm opening up a whole new model, zooming into an operating model that I can actually have another level of discussion. So another level down, because at this level, I'm trying to get the strategy right. Next level down, I'm trying to talk to the operational management team about what teams are delivering this, how are we going to organize it, what's going to happen going forward before I go into the capability models and the rest of the architecture as I go forward. So for completeness sake, I've added all these sort of models in the side here for reading afterwards if you want to read a bit about this going forward. So the 4 models I've got there, or the 5 basically, is going to be, the first one is important one here is workforce management. What is important is universities' expenses. More than 50% of all the university expenses is people. That's salaries. It's not technology. So that managing your workforce, understanding how to manage workforce, big impact on your bottom line. Then, as I said, the research model, your ref model going forward there, your curriculum management, student management. So curriculum management is all about managing your product, what you're going to offer, sort of the environment. The student management is all about your experience, getting the student, how to manage the student going forward. Then I've got community and community engagement and commercial, because as any good organization like university, we always want to try to make money on the side here. So there's always a sort of a way of you want to try and get the money into the environment. And then lastly, to map out this map at the bottom here, you'll see these are the 5 different value streams that are going to the side. And right at the bottom here is my enterprise shared services, because I do have a lot of enterprise grouped together shared services units that deliver services into the rest of my value streams, not directly to the customer, but into the rest of my value streams going forward. And a way of managing these service models and having one big service enterprise service model is unmanageable. So you have to break it down to the different units delivering those services. So you normally have a big group or enterprise shared services group broken down into certain units. Each of these units will have its own portfolio of services that they offer to the rest of the university. That gives you a sort of a sense of how to manage it on an operational level. So I spoke about these sort of blocks on the side here. Now what you'll see is in these blocks, there's sort of light overlays on top of the blocks here going forward. What that means is the stakeholders you see in the middle here, so that stakeholder there, for example, before it's in the blue, light blue block going around. That means the stakeholder is influenced by that value stream there. But at the same time, you see it's part of this green overlay as well, which means the same stakeholder is influenced by this value stream, plus the workforce one on the top there. And the third one, because right at the top here, you've got yellow coming down. That's the commercial side of things. So we might have an academic that is basically paid by the university. He's doing research as a research leader, a primary investigator, but at the same time he's doing commercial research for us with companies. So he might engage the commercial side of things, leading a commercial research project, which brings in different stream of money into our organization. So by looking at that one primary investigator in the university, you can see there's 3 different areas where his life might be influenced. And if I then change one of these areas and see who's impacted by that change, then I can understand if that person is impacted, that means by default the other value streams might be impacted as well. So it gives me a chance to think about these things. And if it's not to say it will be, but it gets the mind going. I'm focusing on one thing. But remember the executives, whiteboard, one stakeholder on board. They work in this area. What's the impact of their change in the rest of the organization? I can't immediately see it from the whiteboard. So if we map it back to this environment, I can see the rest of the impact, and I can drill down and go and see if it's really an impact going forward or not. What I've got here on the side is these color coded here is again stakeholders. Again, from a academic perspective, stakeholders, as you saw from Zachman, very important. So we have a whole ontology of stakeholders, 3 layers of. We've got the area, then groupings, and so 3 levels of grouping stakeholders together. Just sort of making sure if we identify a new stakeholder, where does it fit in, or don't we have the same person already? Because sometimes I give the same person 4 different titles or 4 different areas. So confusing sometimes, do I already have this person mapped outside an organization? So managing stakeholders is important for us. And again, back to the Zachman, if you know you're working with people, that's what you have to do. This is the height grouping. So there's 5 major groupings of stakeholders and things in there. Something else on the side here, again, we're not breaking any of all the things on the side here is from an architecture perspective. You'll see in this university, there's a thin red line going across all these little value streams. So back to the point of operating models. So universities run as a coordinated operating model. So it's coordination. That means I'm not totally working independently. So although it seems I'm independent on data. So as its stakeholders research, for example, or my students impact different stakeholder value streams. And those value streams then need data. So who owns the data? Where's the master data sitting? So what I've done with those models on the side here, that's the USISA higher education reference model. Again, a lot of architecture models for higher education. You'll see these kind of things popping through. Using that as a reference point and just condensing that into something that's manageable on a poster. So I've taken all these big blocks, made them very small. So if you click on this block, you can again expand it and see how it looks like. But visually, I can use it on a map. And then finally, why the structure like this? Why did I structure it like this? Big thing for me is to easily understand what's impacting. So again, looking at the middle of these 4 value streams on the side there, every stakeholder in the middle of the block is internal, which means it's not a customer. So that's why having a CRM system in a university for certain purposes doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because what we're doing is we're tailoring these things because a student eventually is part of your organization. You're not paying the person, but at least you're giving them access to all your systems. You have all the information in place. Sorry, it's been doing that. Sorry, my time is up.
5 minutes.
Almost finished. I'm finished. Okay, great. So internally, what it helps me to do is visually, as I have discussions on the board, I can see what I'm talking about. What's going to be the impact? If I'm putting a stakeholder down, if it's going to be inside here, who do I involve in my discussions? Security guys, data governance must be involved in our discussions. On the perimeter here, which is between the 4 inner walls, just on the outside of the 4 walls, we've got our extranet basically. Our customers we want to share data with, not only to the outside world, but sort of more of a sort of an extranet kind of environment that we derive. So a lot of these customers that goes to our commercial customers will go on our extranet, as well as from a student perspective. We love a lot of if you apply to university, you share data with the university, your personal data. So there's things coming in. So I give you access to a bit more of my systems, but not everything. And then of course the outer layer is public data, which is not on the map. So if something is on the map, and I see my stakeholder on the map, I can map it in here to understand what's the kind of where do I put the person. And if I put the person outside in a block, I've got something to say about that. One thing, for example, is external examiners. We always forget these guys. The external examiners are somebody that needs to have access to your VLE or the virtual learning environment to be able to see the script manuscripts and things. So for IT to understand those things, it's important to have them inside. Then whenever I do upgrade in an environment, to don't forget these guys, give them access. Otherwise, you've always got trouble in the last minute of the month. Quite interesting, I think. So summing things up, finally. What I like about this sort of approach is having 2 types of stakeholders in mind. It's the workshop guys sticking us on the wall, at the same time having it in a format and guide the thinking so that we can take this into our structured work going forward. So having it, printing this out forces people to start seeing what we've got available. We guide the the scribblings on the notes to be able to use these objects what's available. If they add something new, we know where to place it on this map, and it allows us to think then from a systems perspective. If that comes in, what will be impacted going forward, which I think is great. Then from a Linux perspective, a tool perspective, because this is now electronically available in a tool itself, I can start doing heat mapping on it. I can start understanding if off the screen here, I might have capabilities impacted, or I might do a review of my value stream engagement, and that information I can summarize and heat map these components. For example, my stakeholder engagement. If I've got stakeholders, low NSS scores, low engagement from these customers, or I might have low engagement from my partners getting new students into accepting my office in the businesses, I can start these sort of areas. Value delivery chains. I can look at this value delivery chain and see if there's behind the scenes operationally, if I've got if there's a clarity problem, or there's a problem with systems, the system fault or the system obsolescence in a system somewhere down the street can bubble up to a point of where I can on this map see one of those blocks can become red, showing me that there's a problem in there. I can drill down to see what the problem is. But at least on an executive level, I can see there's something not right here, so it brings up the discussion in our discussions going forward. And then, of course, all these colored blocks here are linked to next level down operating models that should be for each of these areas, which is another topic to discuss. And then, for communication purposes, change management and architecture is the two last things I want to say about this. Helps a lot with kind of get the message across. So it's a great way of communicating architecture without using architecture. Because that's what you don't, there's nothing in here that's technical that looks impressive, but you can talk through this and show the impact of things in your organization. Okay, I can breathe. That's me. Thank you very much. Yes.
One of the challenges that you bring out here in dealing with the academy is there isn't a single share price. You know, for any commercial organizations that you deal with, ultimately there's a share price that's going to move up or down.
Yes.
I was thinking, you know, as you bring it at university, there's like 5 share prices.
Yes.
Move.
Yes.
How do you, I mean, the model will help, but how do you go about balancing investment in student experience as opposed to investment in commercial research, as opposed to investment in attracting overseas students? As how do you go about balancing those?
Yeah, there's good. It's funding from government, and and keeping yourself going. So you have to position yourself in the organisation. So as university, you know that the government is not. So having domestic students in an organisation is costing us more than it's sort of the money coming in. So there's a challenge in funding. So what you're trying to do is you want to attract, you want to position yourself in the market. What are you going to be good at? So you have to focus your research, focus on kind of students you're attracting. So you have to think about all 5 of those environments. So that's the five models, and government's measuring you. That's where we've got ratings from research excellence and the knowledge exchange. How well am I talking to my customers and my student experience? So unfortunately, you have to look at all 5 of those elements and then decide where you're going to focus. So for my executive board, is quite good with this. So I think but there's nothing. I think most universities have got very strong opinion of where they see themselves. As you know, the Northeast has got some of the top universities of the world now. If you think about it, apart from Newcastle, we also have Durham University. If you've seen the scores out of this, it's not too bad, you know. So I'm feeling sorry for Oxford and Cambridge, you know, they're far north enough.
Durham's I'm an ex-academic, and Durham's always been in the top 5 or 6 unis.
Yeah.
Oxford, Cambridge, London University College, Durham, and Bristol. They've always been like the top 1.
And St Andrews now as well.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm saying is the north is growing in relevance.
Yeah.
So we're back to the 1800s about the industrial revolution, the information revolution is happening at the north there. So you have to focus on what you're going to do. We can't get students in anymore. The visa regime is changing. How do we now do student enablement of this user student in place somewhere else? So you have to bring that strategies into your thinking. And then nobody worries about the ratings unless everybody writes about the ratings. So nobody admits that they're worried about the ratings, but behind the scenes, those ratings are driving the strategy of what's happening in there. And that's what's important to look at where you're located, what your industries, your businesses around you, and are you aligned to those things. So all 5 of them does have a sort of a impact eventually.
Yeah, but a lot of the new universities, they're not research unis, they're teaching universities. And the students have a lot lower ability than the students with good A levels. A lot of the new unis, they're coming in with BTEC and stuff like that.
Yes.
So the approach and the culture is a lot different. And I've taught in both sorts of unis, you know.
Yes.
But the thing what we're doing, I think you'll agree with, we change, we can be called teachers, academics, educators, professors, and influencers as well. But I think the main thing is we change managers because we're changing people to be better people, and education is one way of doing that.
Yes.
And the subject doesn't really care, it's not that important. It's implementing the change in the student, so they become employable and can lead a better life.
I think that's exactly your point. Is where the point is, or from a community engagement perspective, is you're training somebody, not for yourself. You're training the universities are the HR department of the UK. We're training people for the industry we want them to go into. So it's an understanding for those students coming through. Doesn't matter what level of they are. How do we get them employable and productive in the environment they're into? So if you not have that sort of alignment with your industry to understand what's the needs, how do the students have to think about the problem, then you've got a challenge.
They're less likely to become criminals as well.
Yes.
Well, if they are, the less they're to get caught.
You know, that's really good, to be honest. I've actually worked for a non-for-profit and been involved in education at primary level rather than that. But it's really interesting how you've structured it. So I've wanted to jump up and actually look at the detail. One question, because it's very process in terms of your map. And one of the things about education is about the student, or the person, and the quality you get through, let me put it that way, can vary year on year on year. Have you considered adding anything to the model about actually how do you, it sounds a bit crude, but almost like process the person? How do you improve the person?
You're doing, you're processing them.
Because you can't see that in the model. And I think that perhaps would be my question, is where would you see it sitting?
So I've split out the engaged student versus the academic delivery, curriculum delivery curriculum. So this part, the light blue here is how do I deliver your curriculum to a student? How do I train a student? The bottom part here is all the processes I do to engage a student, just to check because at the bottom here, I don't seem very process orientated. But I need to find a way of saying engage student, but do I have the systems in place to measure if you're engaged in the class? Do I pick up that you're actually not participating in sports? So can I flag you beforehand to get intervention going, helping you to re-engage you going forward? And that's a way of how do I get the data in, and when do I? So in each phase of your student journey, there's certain points where you register, where you now start participating, and do I get that data in? So focusing on the student, versus than the academic side.
I sort of looked at that and it felt a bit admin-y, where perhaps if I was, because actually I could be a student and I could look at this, and it wouldn't be great if as a student I could look at it and go, oh, actually, here's how it works for me.
So I would look at that, because as I said, I think you've got more experience than I do in the sort of education side of things, but it'll be great, because I think again, from an architecture perspective, I'm very methodology. So I'm one of the methodologists behind the scenes. So I'm trying to say, new industry, you haven't been working here. How do I understand the industry in a way that picking it up? And I think that's kind of insight is great for me going forward as well.
When I previously worked at university, we did kind of those value mapping, but against different personas, like international student, domestic student living at home, domestic student living in calls, and that did draw out interesting differences about where you would focus your attention if you wanted to make their experience better. But there's a kind of that persona layer on top of this.
Yes. So I've tried to look at if you zoom into this, you'll see you're going to zoom this going forward. But I've got all these sort of different students at the bottom here. The different international students, because you said international versus domestic. International students, there's other things you have to, you're committed to as a government, from government perspective as well. You have to look at international students differently. And also then, so each student persona needs to go into more detail. That's where the value proposition canvas is very important to understand what we're doing right, not doing right for a student, doing right offering.
And have you found, can you give us an example where this has been really useful in a workshop and really helped crack a problem, not necessarily in a workshop, but
Yes. Yes, so currently, we're busy with changing the curriculum in the side.
okay, yep.
So we're busy with strategies for new curriculums going forward. And trying to understand the students, because there's students come involved in the side. So I get a student in here, and then from a student perspective, mapping the student back to the curriculum. How do we change the curriculum to fit into the student? And then I'm also involved with the research project. We're having a new current research information system project on the go. And what you'll find is that the research makes changes to your environment, but at the same time, there's new curriculum happening on the other side. Two different parts of the university are running the same thing in the same time. And this now allows us to understand if some of that stakeholder gets touched, we understand then between the two projects. So I'm keeping track behind the scenes now. I don't have to worry about, so because I've got this map and the value streams in there, I can do the mapping. I go to one workshop on this side, I got another workshop on that side, and I can keep track of all these things. These guys don't really care what happened in research. That's not their mandate. That's not what they're doing. So as an architect, I care because behind the scenes, there's operations at the bottom here. And I have to provide services to all these areas. So how do I provide one service that serves all these areas and not just 5 services? So from an NUIT or IT perspective, it's also important then basically to build our value proposition for the different areas and trying to consolidate where possible, because we're trying to optimize the bottom part of the problem. So I think that's one thing that's sort of 2 areas that's practical we're doing now currently doing these things. But again, it's a tool for myself, for architects basically to map these things. But because what I found from a business perspective, I said, we don't care about architecture in the business. It's not a big thing for them.
You mainly talking about IT students. If you're in wherever the uni is, they've got other faculties like for arts.
Yes.
And catering and nursing and all that.
Yes.
With different job prospects.
Yes.
And what annoys me is when I go in a pub and you've got ex-students can't get a graduate job and they're still working in a pub.
Yes.
You know, and they've had 4 years, very costly education.
Yes.
And what a lot of them need, because they haven't got a good first degree or it's not vocational, they need to do a master's. But now all these unis, they're charging 15, 20K to do a master's. And they've already racked up about 50K.
Yes.
So if the government wants to really do something, instead of pouring more money into the NHS and these things, they should make subsidise so all master's degrees, everything costs 5K. And after a few years, the productivity in the country will shoot up.
Yes.
If you keep pouring money into the NHS, it's mainly old people like me. They're trying to keep alive longer. We're not useful anymore.
Well,
You have to be spending it on young people to do master's degrees to help the bloody economy, which is faltering.
You'll be happy to know that there's a new model coming in for lifelong learning that tries to address that gap, is speaking.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending this talk, especially when an AI workshop. So I really like that the talk has piqued your interest. This talk is a 50-minute talk that I'm compressing into 30 minutes. So do bear with me. And it's a talk that I'll be doing at New Crafts Conference in Paris in November. So it's for a wide audience, including enterprise architects and solution architects. So let's jump into things. In the early days of computing, architecture and security barely acknowledged each other. Architecture was rigid, monolithic in their thinking, obsessed with making things work. Security, on the other hand, he was more audit-driven, compliance focused. Think physical security, basic authentication. Architecture was out there doing her thing, whereas security, he was in the sidelines. She would only call him if something went wrong. If I've got an issue, I call security. But yeah, there wasn't a relationship, but just friend zone. By the early 2000s, things got complicated. The internet boom and the relationship became complicated. Systems became more distributed. Suddenly there was threats everywhere. Architecture was overwhelmed. Hackers were sliding into her DBs. Systems were crashing and data was being stolen. Architecture had to evolve. She became more agile in her approach, more adopted, microservice driven, thinking about how to scale and grow. And security, he became more proactive. You know, he started to be more proactive in his approach, started to use secure by design principles. And they started to be seen together, but there was no labels of a relationship. It was just, yeah, we're going to try and make something work here. And security even started to become embedded into architecture frameworks like TOGAF. Today there is a commitment. They are more intertwined than ever. They're pretty much moved in together, built a zero trust household. They're in this together. They've changed their lifestyle to a DevSecOps model. You know, on paper, they're in this together. Architecture secures scalability, availability, and adaptability, and security protects those very principles by defending against breaches and downtimes. Threats have become more sophisticated, yes, but they're threat modeling, right? They've got this, and they've become more adaptive in their approach. So it sounds like a happy ending, right? Sounds like the perfect romance straight out the mainframes. There is union, there is love, there is a healthy dependency, but there's also betrayal. So a little bit about me. My name is Shana Dacus Lawrence. I am on social media, but predominantly on LinkedIn. So do connect with me if you do want to talk to me afterwards, or just connect with me on the network. My experience, really my background's from a cybersecurity background. So I've come up over the years where I was trained in secure developments. So yes, thinking about secure coding, secure testing, secure applications. And probably that's as much I can tell you. And I was what you can call liberated when I moved to an accessibility-driven project where the objective was to create an application that was all about accessibility. So those with physical, visual, mental, different types of impairment using an application. Security was an afterthought. It was just about the user-centric approach. And over the years, my style has really become more around how to adapt and maintain both of these in union. So with my experiences, it allowed me to work and move between the realms of security and architecture. So I've spent many years in doing security architecture, predominantly in identity and access management, and also in software and system architecture, where I've worked with public and private sector clients to help build systems of critical national importance. Outside of work, I'm also the founder of Architect Her, which is a platform for empowering women in architecture, a community platform. So do come out and have a chat with me afterwards if you want to know more about Architect Her. We do also encourage male allies, support, and be involved with the community. So to betray one is to betray both. This talk is really my efforts to share some of the challenges that I've faced, some of the experiences I've learned along the way that happen at the intersection of both security and architecture. It's both for architects, both security architects and software systems architects alike, and everybody in between that really cares about the vulnerabilities and breaches that can happen at this intersection. So we'll quickly explore some of the topics and the 3 types of betrayal that I have witnessed time and time again at this intersection. Many different types of betrayals are out there. You might be able to identify some of your own or even relate to the ones that we're going to go through. But these are the ones that I see time and time again. And we'll also explore some of the defense strategies to help build and safeguard this union. So what is a betrayal? Before we jump into the presentation, let's have a look at that. So betrayal is the breaking or a violation of a presumptive contract, trust or confidence. I'm sure we've all been there. Our hearts have been broken in different ways. You know, it means that you've often leads to trauma, feelings of hurt, feelings of anger, disappointment. And in the case of security and architecture, I pretty much coined that in terms of compromising the foundation and trust upon which resilient systems are built. So think about the factors that contribute to compromising both security and architecture and how that destruction unfolds. So there are 3 types of betrayals in security and architecture. And these are the betrayals that have come from my experience. And we'll also go through some that are in the more public eye and have a look at how the destruction has unfolded over that period. So the 3 types of betrayals that I see more commonly are physical betrayal, emotional betrayal, and trust betrayal. And we'll jump into the details of what this kind of looks like. And I'm sure you'll be able to relate to some of them. But also, if you also recognize some of your own, we can share that at the end. So physical betrayal, what I like to call structural weaknesses. So this can stem from delivery over security. So we've been in that position, right, where we have to get something out the door. We have a really tight delivery timeline that we're working towards, and we may be rushing to meet this milestone, abandoning our core principles, our core objectives, and that could leave us in a very vulnerable position. It can also stem from ignoring resilience principles. So think about your availability, your ability to withstand failure, your architecture being able to withstand failure and how it recovers from that failure to then go back into a more operational zone. And also your fault tolerance. So think about how your system detect and react to faults. And also, it can also stem from misconfiguration. So typical examples of these we see time and time again is leaving default configurations in place, using like the root passwords or the passwords or the settings that come with the products that you've purchased. And we see this time and time again in the news. You know, somebody's left an S3 bucket with the default settings in place, and attackers were able to take advantage of that. So an example of a physical betrayal that I have experienced myself really is when I was in the role of a security architect within identity and access management. See, we're building an application where the development and the application team wanted to use SMS. And as architects, and I'm sure we might be even a few architects in the room, we know of the vulnerabilities of SMS, right? It's one of the weakest form of multi-factor authentications. I advocated for a more secure form, but those wells or, you know, those worries got pushed to the side in favor of getting the delivery out faster and meeting our timelines. Good thing about this is that we're able to put in mitigations to stop this leading from further destruction and apply other forms of authentication within a nice timeline. But how this can play out in the public eye? Take the CrowdStrike incident from 2024. I'm sure we all felt it in some way or the other, or at least saw the impact on the news. You know, in July 2024, a botched software update led to approximately 8.5 million Windows devices being affected. And I attribute this to a flaw in physical betrayal, because it was a flaw to the software update process. There was a process in place, but it was circumvented in order to meet a particular milestone, to get the delivery out faster. And the betrayal was integral to the structure of the system, so indicating weaknesses in the software architecture processes that overall compromised the system and everybody else that relied on that system. So how did this destruction play out? So as you've heard, it impacted 8.5 million devices. It cost the industry, you know, analysis have shown it cost the industry as a whole 8.5 billion in losses. a major airline even detailed how their inability to recover from such an incident meant that they lost approximately 500 million in profits because they had the incidents, but they could not recover fast enough to get their production systems back online and back available to their customers. And, you know, it affected major industries from Burger Hut to broadcasting, all affected because of a betrayal within the software architecture. So that was emotional, physical betrayal. Let's have a look at emotional betrayal, which I like to coin as assumed loyalty. So this is the one that's usually in our heads. So we assume that the person, either you're in the role of the security architect or the system architect or even the enterprise architect, you assume that your counterpart understands or there is a good communication there. You had the conversation, so you assume that they're on board, right? They've walked away with the same understanding as you. You've had that discussion. It can also stem from misalignment, whether verbal or documented. You'll read a piece of document and then you go look in production and it doesn't align. The system that is in production is not aligned to the system that is on the wall of the architecture within that organization. Or, you know, the common, you know, I thought you were on board, you know, I thought you was loyal to the document or the documentation that was put out. And it can also stems from some of the organizational structures that we heard from earlier. So particularly if one partner exert too much control. So think of different industries where you have really core principles around the designs or the controls. Public sector is a probably good example of that, where security of an application is really fundamental. So you might see a weight towards more security focused or security driven design principles where security tend to lead the design, whereas not giving architecture a way to create innovative solutions. An example that comes to mind from my own experience really here is when I was going through one of my first governance process. So we've all been there, right? Going to a governance board after you put your solution or your artifacts together around the design and the strategy for this design. So it was the days where cloud technologies were pretty new and we're still in the office. So we're able to walk over, socialize the design with the team, involve the security team with the design. And, you know, everybody was on board. Clearly, there was no big challenges. And if there were, we discussed them and looked at some of the mitigations. But the day of the forum came, and as I'm going through the design, security raised their hand and showed they've got major concerns with the overall design. The betrayal, right? You were not in the meeting, like suddenly you have selective memory. And I was really hurt in that situation. I actually went home to my husband at the time and told him of the betrayal. And he said something really profound to me. He told me that, how can you be betrayed if they never said they were going to be loyal to you in the first place? And I was like, oh gosh, that's what I missed. Like, there was no loyalty there. And a good example of emotional betrayal is one that played out not too long ago in front of our eyes. So think back to Easter weekend when everybody was planning going out to buy their Easter egg, prepare their Sunday roast for Easter, and a cyber attack took place on one of the major food and department stores. Now, this wasn't just any attack. This was a Marks and Spencer double extortion attack. Customers nationwide began to feel the glitches within Marks and Spencer stores and systems, card payments fails, tills, their order collection, stock inventory, so they weren't even able to keep track of their stocks across the system. Now, this was caused by an attacker calling up one of their customer service endpoints and being able to convince somebody to send them reset credentials to get access to the system. And once they were in, they were able to obtain a file which contained hashes of passwords and domain names. And once they broke the hashes, they were in, right? And they were able to move laterally through the system because of this. So this wasn't just any type of betrayal, as you've heard. This was a betrayal of assumed loyalty, I would like to call it, because the attackers were able to exploit the architecture because of the assumptions that an internal user would be loyal to the structures and the policies because you're an internal user. There was not enough controls in place to validate or even control how much data can be exfiltrated out of the Marks and Spencer's network.
What was the motive though of the hackers, you think?
I'm not getting onto that yet. We'll get to the questions
Okay,
at the
so-
end.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, so this wasn't just about the architecture, because the architecture mattered just as much as being able to detect that something's gone wrong, but your architecture needs to be able to react and adapt to changes within it. And because of the fact that they're able to steal this domain file and sit dormant within in Marks and Spencer's system for days, silently mapping out the system, dealing customer data, even had the audacity to send an email to the CEO saying, let's get the party started. Right? Now you understand the destruction. This caused prolonged online outages for Marks and Spencer, and they endured significant operational downtime due to the destruction of it. They lost approximately 300 million in profits, and their market value said to have fallen by over 700 million. And we're actually yet to hear if they actually paid any of the ransom, so that may worsen. And this also impacted their whole supply chain. So those that are also dependent on Marks and Spencer's to do business. So those that do business through Marks and Spencer's were also impacted by this. So that's a really good example of emotional betrayal, the assumed loyalty that the assumptions are in place. So they're going to do the right thing, right? And the last one I want to touch on is trust betrayal. So this is assumed trust. So implicit trust or inherent trust. So not factoring in the evolving architecture or the evolving landscape that we live in, or even the dependencies, the compounded risk, not thinking about the structures and the controls that you have in place, not enough testing or not enough validation, or even the third-party controls. It also can stem from a mindset of, well, we've never had a security incident. We've never had a DNS attack. We've never had a data recovery or resilience issue. So, or, well, if we have one of those, I assume, well, it's going to be the data architect will take care of the data architecture recovery. And also, if there's a security attack, well, it's a security team that's going to put together the security strategy. And from my own experience, I'll go through this one quickly, is basically when I was working maybe 2-3 years ago, was putting together a solution for a customer, and we had to bring in a third party to review how their product could basically meet our requirements. And the client had a requirement, especially around where the data had to reside, how it could be archived and how it could be deleted. The product sales team really went to town on, yes, we meet all of your requirements, we can do this, let's do business together. But given that I had the experience of working with this product in the past, I knew, for example, that it did a soft delete rather than a hard delete, which would have basically infringed the whole client's regulatory requirements, and basically put them in jeopardy and cause a destruction if not caught early. So these are the kind of things that can lead from just the betrayals that you don't even see coming. And how this can play out in industry, the destruction of it. Take the tale of Change United Healthcare Group. See, last year, April, United Healthcare Group suffered a substantial data breach where attackers were able to get access to a substantial portion of American data, health data particularly. But what you need to know is that back in 2022, United Healthcare Group acquired Change Healthcare, and the two systems join. what happened during that is that the attackers were able to take advantage of a portal that was not secured by Change Healthcare. They were not compliant to their primary or their parent organization's security posture, which meant that attackers were able to take advantage of that and again move laterally to gain access to the data and create a ransom. And this betrayal, I think, is really a betrayal of trust, the assumed trust that the company you acquired will be compliant to your parent organization's policies, structure, principles, highlighting that, real compliance issues because it affected hospitals, pharmacies, paralyzed the whole health industry because of this weakness. And when you think about the destruction, United Healthcare Group felt it because back in February, it affected pharmacies that weren't able to dispense drugs, healthcare systems and patients that weren't able to go ahead and do their surgeries because they couldn't look up their patient records. Their patient records were stolen and encrypted and held for ransom again. And the funny part of this one really is that their CEO, so United Healthcare, had to go to court or Congress in the USA and explain what happened. And it manifested that, they held them to ransom. And the CEO really tried hard to get back the customer data and paid 22 million in ransom to get that data back. But in the end, they already lost that data and that company then suffered another extortion attack because by the time they gave it back, it was already on the black market and somebody else was able to take advantage of it. So you hear of that data was about 4 terabytes of data affected 190 million people. So, have you been betrayed? Do you recognize these betrayals? I see some people nodding.
The Land Rover range.
Not in this talk, no. Yes.
That's the latest one, isn't it?
Yes. So in terms of the defenses now, So we've seen how security and architecture, how the interplay really affect each other. One downfall leads to the other downfall. One compromises cause the destruction of the two of them. So let's have a look at some of the defenses, how we can defend against them. And I've put together 5 defenses that I've seen work predominantly in my own experience and others around me. And it really, really had the most effect when I apply all 5 of them together, not just in isolation. So that's open communication, open tools, automation, hands-on validation, and collaborative culture. And that will get you from seeing like red into cool blue. So open communication. One thing I love, so there's an architect, Diana Montalian, she says that architecture is relationship theory for systems. And I really love that because what we do is connect and understand how systems connect together. So working with each other to build open forms of communication, understanding your non-functional requirements, being clear on your resiliency risk, understanding your service degradation models. If this thing fails, what else is it impacting? And understanding how your architecture actually evolved into production. Because as I forgot his name, I think it's Alberto, surname, but he says that it's the developer's assumptions that makes it into production, not your architecture. So if your architecture is not providing the clarity, what the developers actually implement is their assumption of it. So you have to provide open communication, and transparency is key to this. So be transparent in your approach, in your communication, especially between security and architecture and your counterparts. And the key tip here is to be consistent. The 2 domains will be watching. I'm sure you've been in the relationship where one person didn't turn up to the first meeting and then the other person, and suddenly the meeting that you've said is really important, nobody's turning up to again. So be consistent. The other is always watching, and align your words to your actions. the other strategy is around tech and tools. So there is an AI thing going on next door, right? So it's a really prominent investment these days, but really understand how your system or how your architecture can benefit from the tools and technologies that are on the market right now. Choose tools that integrate seamlessly into your architecture, you know, ensure compliance, your path to live, knowing that your path to live is just as important, if not more so, than what's in production. Because if you can't get anything into production, production is pre-prod. And apply practice around secure design, resilient architecture, patterns of observability, fitness functions if you're working with developers or development team. And the tip here is think about adapting a shift left approach, incorporating security and resilience practices into your software development cycle. So that's either using AI. I've seen some really good details of how you can use AI for code reviews and putting in there your security requirements and your architecture principles into something like GitHub Copilot. And actually, my architecture needs to use circuit breakers. It needs to have retry attempts on these kind of things. It needs to have TLS. It needs to not have any passwords unencrypted. And if they are, they need to go to this place or this vault. And when you're reviewing and doing your code review, the AI can review that and tell you where the weaknesses are, so you get that validation upfront and immediately. And then also think about how you can automate things to detect and respond to anomalies and failures. So it's great to be able to, you know, protect and detect, but if you're only in the detect phase and can't react to a change that's happened in your system, then you're just as bad as the system just detecting you and telling you what's happened. So you can embed tools that allows you to automate your run book. That's a quick win, right? Automate the fact that at 3 a.m. an attack happened or something failed and you have to wipe the sleep out your eyes and flick through a run book. You can automate the steps that allows that run book to run so that you are automatically responding to the failure. And even automatic compliance checks, think about virus updates, security patches, identity and access management, your path to live, all of those can be automated. And the top tip here is to be intentional, not transactional, and identify key areas where you can apply and focus your efforts. So AI is big, AI is fun. You know, everybody's doing AI, but what aspect of it do you want to embed into your organization structure and your architecture and your security functions? So be specific and targeted in those approach. And hands-on validation. So it's great if we can hear, you know, and say, well, we're going to do this and they're going to do that, but validate it, verify the integrity of deployments, balance the speed over security, because that's one of the hardest challenges that we face, especially with delivery and in system architecture, that need to balance. We're building a solution that needs to get out the door to be in customers' hand, and the need for it to be super secure and, you know, be all the bells and whistles and protect our customer data. That balance is a hard balance to get right, and we have to be very focused on how we're mitigating some of the defenses, the strategies around how we foster that relationship. And the top tip here is, it's not possible to test every scenario, but you may have to respond and react to every scenario. So have a good understanding of where failures or where weaknesses in your system or your architecture lie, and understand again that degraded service model, that failure analysis mode. So if something fails over here, what else is it impacting? And the last one is really around collaborative culture, because we're all on the same team, right? Sometimes it may not feel like that. Sometimes it can feel very them and us, architecture and security, architecture and the business. But really try to create and foster that relationship. I think in a whole session earlier, we heard about empathy, having empathy within our practice and ensuring that there is open transparency there, using architecture advice process. So being clear on the decisions that you've made for your architecture, where you've considered different architecture, different solutions, and recorded the decisions behind the whys against that. So that if new people in your organization, or if you're even challenged, or even if you've gone into that governance forum and you're being challenged again, it's okay, this is our ADR, here is a reference to it. And these are the reasons behind why we made these decisions. And be open with your approach. And the top tip here is security should guide architecture, but architecture should also guide security. So think about how the interplay between the two can help to foster a better union. So I'm not too sure on my time, but hopefully I'm on time.
You're bang on time, in fact, to the minute.
Oh, great. So you've heard about the 5 defenses against betrayal: open communication, tech and tool, automation, hands-on validation, and collaborative culture. My invitation to you is to really think about how you can apply these strategies now rather than when you suffer a betrayal, because you don't want to be in that situation. So quickly, just to recap, we went through physical betrayal, structural weaknesses, emotional betrayal, assumed loyalty, and trust betrayal, assumed trust. And the 5 key takeaways are really around consistency builds trust, adapt to shift left approach, be intentional, not transactional in your choices. And you can't test for every scenario, but you will have to react. And security should guide architecture, but architecture should also guide security. So that's probably all for now. I think the last quote that I do want to leave you with is from Tom Graves, who says that the responsibility of architecture, both system and security, is the architecture of responsibility. And on that note, thank you for listening. Any questions? Do we have time for questions?
I read they've arrested 2 17-year-olds for the M&S hacking.
Really?
I just wondered what the motivation was. Was it ransom they were asking for money, or doing it for fun?
No, definitely money. It's always money. They encrypted the system, so they not only got in there, but they encrypted the data. Although it wasn't payment data, it was customer data and customer transactions. And then they held it for ransom. And they sent a note, like the cheek of it, sent a note to the CEO and other executives to say, let's get the party started. This is how you
Out of jail.
them.
When they come out of jail, though, they probably give them a job of insecurity.
Probably.
And you haven't heard anything about the Land Rover one. That's costed millions, isn't it?
Yes, I haven't dug into the details of that as yet. Any other questions? Yes, Charles.
Hannah, architects and security. Priorities in today's AI world, where complexities are now driven, that we will now have our personal data as an agent. So we begin to change the way architecture is actually living and breathing, where responsibilities now will fall on citizens or customers to own the agents. At that session here in BCS where we're speaking about that. How will security change to adapt?
Security will have to change. I don't think they have any other option. At the pace that AI is evolving, security is still very much playing catch up. And there are some really good tools on the market that help, like I said, to detect and respond. So I think we're in the era where a lot of tools are being built to help the organization respond to AI threats and be able to detect differences within them. I think I heard one recently where an organization was sent different types of phishing attacks, right? But they wrote it in like 100 different ways to catch out and circumvent, because it's not the same email they're sending to everybody. They're sending individual customized email, and being able to detect some of the features of what an AI written phishing attack kind of looks like versus a human written one, because we've been taught on the clues for the human written one, the spelling mistakes, the URL, the this. The AI it can create a really brand official everything. They can even create the website to make it look just like the brand that they're trying to get you to connect with. So we have to find better ways of not only detecting AI-driven cyber attacks, but also how we respond to them, and then how we kind of mitigate and use our architecture to control some of the weaknesses we have against them.
This is fascinating, but just as part of the organising group, I'm conflicted between allowing this conversation, which is fascinating, and our next presenter, because we're now at the end of the 5 minutes grace period of handover. So thank you very much, Shana. Thank you.
Academics, so where did you start?
Okay, let's hope all of this works. So it does. So I want you to, from this point, imagine a city with hotels, bars and restaurants, shops, theatres and a hospital. And that city is constantly on the move, travelling across the world with a population that changes weekly. All of that supported by complex infrastructure and systems. And yet there is no consistent connection to the outside world. That city is a modern cruise ship. Carnival UK is the head office for two of the most iconic cruise brands, P&O Cruises and Cunard Line. We operate a combined fleet of ships that sail all over the world, and our purpose is to create unforgettable holiday happiness for our guests. And our mission is to deliver this happiness through extraordinary cruise vacations. And as part of our digital technology office, it's our team's role to ensure that the technology on these ships is as reliable and seamless as the holiday experience itself. This is a monumental task because we'll explore these ships operate in a world that's most current businesses never have to consider, where the internet is a luxury, not a given. So introduction to me, I'm David Kitchen. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect for Fleet Technology at Carnival UK. So a slightly different aspect for a bit more technical from my side, but I hope you enjoy this as a case study to look at. I'm also, here I'm chair of our Technical Design Authority in Carnival UK as well. My role here is a change from my previous experience. I've worked in the e-commerce industry for a long time, in retail, building systems for clients that include Harvey Nichols, fashion retail and MChem building supplies. So DIY and construction is very different industries. But in that world, the trend has moved to MAC, microservices, API, cloud and headless. And our designs relied on always on internet connectivity. The goal was to be nimble, scalable, but no real thought that much to what happens if connectivity is lost. So since joining Carnival UK, I've had to take these lessons and apply them in a completely different thought and challenges, and unlearn some of those ideas and think about what happens when we lose our connection. So let's look at an architectural landscape that defines a modern e-commerce system today. You might recognize this if you're in any software architecture. It's an AWS reference diagram. This is like how you design an e-commerce platform. And it encapsulates the prevailing cloud-first mindset, microservices, APIs, cloud components. And this model really does bring in that speed, innovation, changing. But as I said, it's all about being in the cloud and having that access to the internet. So some of you might be thinking, what about Starlink? And it's a good idea. And we've invested significantly in improving our connectivity on our ships. And we've got Starlink across our entire fleet. It's dramatically improved the potential for internet access at sea. However, it's even with Starlink, the challenge of an always-on connection still remains. There are coverage limitations in certain parts of the world, especially polar regions and remote ocean stretches. We also contend with variable connection speeds and latency, particularly during peak hours. We've got 6,000 guests on our biggest ships also wanting to use the internet while they're there. as well as the crew, and all trying to get online simultaneously. And so we also don't want to place reliance in one system. So we do have other connection options, but they're not as reliable. They don't have the speed or the latency that Starlink has. And so we don't want to be reliant on one person's system as well, who we know might change their mind about things that they and how they want to run it. So while it's a powerful tool, it enhances our options, but doesn't eliminate the functionality, particularly while connections are slow and intermittent, or could be entirely absent at all times. So to appreciate what's happening in the future, we need to think about what's happened in the past and how we got to where we are already today. And managing the data flows for our floating cities, back when Queen Mary 2, one of our probably our most famous ship, was launched in 2003. So that process was very batch oriented, significant limitations. Imagine we take all the data for an entire cruise, guests, manifest, the booking details, inventory, the activities they're doing, and transfer it to the ship 2 days before in one big batch operation. And then once that data is on board the ship, it becomes the master of records of everything to do with those people on the ship. It's living on the ship, and then at the end of the cruise, we're transferring it all back again to our core mainframe system as it was then. So that's 7 days or 14 days. It's a very rigid operation, very disconnected in how things are being processed. But how do we keep pace with today's demand of real-time information and flexible guest experiences? So when I talk about these floating cities, there is not just a metaphor, but these vessels are incredibly complex ecosystems with a full set of enterprise systems. Think of any system that you might think in a small city or a large holiday resort, and we have it on board. We run a comprehensive point of sale and e-commerce systems for our retail outlet, bars and restaurants, multiple restaurants on the ship. Every purchase and transaction needs to be processed seamlessly, just like we might do on land. Sophisticated hotel management system to oversee the thousands of staterooms, managing everything from the guest check-in to housekeeping, maintenance, amenity requests. So our entertainment systems, controlling everything from the live shows in multiple theatres to interactive displays around the ship, in-cabin movies and guest information. And crucially, we manage vital mustering and immigration systems. It's an area that I'm personally in charge of at the moment, which are paramount to safety and regulations, international compliance. And these systems track everyone on board, their locations, safety drills, port clearances, visas, all of that sort of information as we travel around the world. And underpinning this is all of the crucial navigation technologies and ship safety systems for managing and operating the vessel. So I want to start looking at sort of an example of an illustration of what we're trying to do and offer a guest experience. So we'll start with our guests on board the ship. They're connected to our onboard Wi-Fi, really wide service, to their smartphone, and they can seamlessly connect to the onboard dining reservation system, browse the menus and book a table for dinner tonight. And this system, like many others, runs on servers right there on the ship. Everything is smooth and the real-time experience is there. No need to rely on any connectivity. But now the guest is on their shore experience. They've left the ship, they've gone on shore to go and do something, but they've decided, oh, I'd like to book dinner for a table tonight while they're offshore. So they're on their shoreside 5G network, their roaming data, but they can't now book a restaurant or use their onboard account because they're no longer connected to the ship's internal systems. So how do we get that isolation that we have and bridge the gap? So architectural dilemma, so how do we provide a consistent integrated experience for our guests and crew when they're constantly moving between the ship's autonomous network and the broader public internet? So I'll put that into a bit of a visual context of understanding how our ships generally connect. So we can see in the middle of the diagram that our floating city, the ship. And we have an internal network, so our devices connecting via the Wi-Fi to the internal network. And that's serving all of our operational systems. And you can see our servers, for example, running on the ship. Our primary connection, as I mentioned, to the outside world at sea or in port is through Starlink, or some other backup connection methods that we have. But then when the ship is in port, you can see the guests and crew now have the option of connecting their devices to the shoreside 5G networks. So they're no longer connecting directly. And that routing is passing through the internet. Globally, we've got our cloud systems and our office-based in our private systems in the office. We've got to bridge all of these systems together of how the traffic and communication happens between all of them. So given everything we've discussed so far, our ships are not just Greenwich City, but they're essentially edge computing units. Think of the shore-based system at the center. And for every single ship in our fleet, we must replicate significant portions of our enterprise architecture directly on board the ship. Functions as highly sophisticated edge nodes. This means that every critical system that supports the ship operation, from managing guest bookings, point of sale transactions, and crew logistics, maintenance schedules, has its own edge unit on the ships. And these local units handle real-time operations, ensuring that whether we have internet or not, the ship keeps running, guests remain happy, and critical safety functions are never compromised. The challenge then becomes the intricate dance of synchronizing all of this data between the systems. Each of these onboard edge units must effectively and reliably synchronize its data with our shore-based system whenever connection allows. So think about what models do we have for that modern data synchronization? So how can we model a disconnected environment requiring far more granular and intelligent approach to that data synchronization than one big flat file at the start of the cruise and at the end? We have three main areas that we can look at for achieving this. And some of these we've been using for a long time, but others we're moving forward. So firstly is the database method. And this is either special tools or techniques. And some of those, I'll start to talk about technologies now for anyone who's more technology focused. Postgres database has a great replication model. And this allows directly replicating changes between databases. It's very highly efficient for moving large volumes of data, but requires really careful management to ensure the compatibility and can be really complex to set up as we're doing stuff at the database level. So that moves us on to the application level synchronization. So applications themselves can be designed to manage that data flow. And they better understand as the application the business context of the data and can determine what needs to be synchronized and when and in what order. And this gives us more control over the data elements that are relevant to that application that it's moving across. But the third method, event-driven synchronization, that we're seeing is the most flexible and scalable. And instead of moving entire data sets or replicating database changes, we publish an event. So whenever something significant happens, a guest books dinner, or an item is sold, or a crew member clocks in, these events are then published and then picked up and processed by other systems, either on the ship or ashore, ensuring that the relevant systems react as the event occurs. So regardless of strategy, core concepts of queuing are vital to storing data until a connection is available. We also need robust mechanisms for conflict resolution. What happens if the same record is updated both on ship and ashore? And finally, data integrity checks are paramount to ensure that what leaves the ship is exactly what arrives on shore and vice versa. And these strategies allow us to move towards a near real-time, consistently even in a disconnected world. Now I mentioned that a large organisation that had some trouble with data synchronization, has been in the courts for a lot of time, thinking about how you synchronize data between local devices to their main system. So for those that might not be familiar with what an event-driven architecture is, there's all of these strategies. We firmly believe that the future is probably in the event-driven architecture, particularly for our complex distributed environments. The main technology being used for this is Apache Kafka. And Kafka is a sort of central nervous system for our data. Instead of systems constantly polling each other or relying on complex point-to-point integrations, as every meaningful action, all these events are published to Kafka. A purchase, a booking confirmation, a change in a guest's preferences, they all become events. And these can be published on different topics. So different systems might publish to different topics, and other systems might consume events from these different topics. As you can see, I was just trying to show in my diagram that system B publishes to 2 different topics, and system X and Y both consume topic B. So there's sort of distribution of events traveling from one system to another. And this offers huge benefits for us. It decouples the systems from each other, making it more resilient and independently scalable. If one system goes down, it doesn't break the entire chain. Events simply queue up in that topic and are processed when it recovers. And this also provides us with a real-time audit log of everything that's happening, giving us visibility into all of our operations. So by embracing this event-driven mindset, we're building an architecture that is not only robust to handle intermittent connectivity of the ocean, but is also agile, scalable, and responsive enough to deliver that unforgettable holiday happiness that our guests expect, no matter where our ship is in the world, hopefully. So to support that array of systems that I've just been talking about, we're embracing a more modern architectural principles of scalability and resilience, we're essentially creating private clouds on each ship. So beneath the decks, we're building and operating robust, high available infrastructure that allows us to host and manage applications just as you would on the public cloud environment. And a key enabler for this has been containerization. So by packing our applications as microservices within containers, we gain incredible flexibility. Each service can be deployed, developed, scaled independently. If one microservice needs an update, or if one needs more resources, we can manage that granularity without impacting the ship's operation. And this approach is allowing us to deploy highly resilient distributed applications right there at the edge on the ships. Brings the power of cloud native deployment and development environment that cannot rely on the public cloud. So even though we're building these private clouds to containerize our microservices on board, brings us these operational efficiencies, but offers an opportunity to improve our resiliency and redundancy as well. Imagine the entire digital heart of the ship had that single point of failure. It's not simply an operation to respond to thousands of guests and crew in the middle of operation if the data center goes down. So we have multiple data centers on the ship that we can distribute our critical services across the separate physical locations on the ship. This means if one server rack goes down, or even if the entire data center experiences an issue, the other data center can seamlessly take over. And again, because we're moving these to containerized microservices, these can all fail over and restart on available resources, ensuring continuous operation. So let's revisit our guests and remember that they were on shore connected to their 5G network. They couldn't book dinner for a table because the ship's systems were isolated. But with this new event-driven architecture, with the Starlink connectivity, we can now directly, without directly connecting to the ship's internal booking system, the guest request from shore can be routed to our shore-based cloud services. Because the ship system is constantly pushing these events, the available dining slots and bookings and changes to our central platform, the shore systems have a close to real-time view of what's operating on the ship. Now, when the guest is trying to book a table, their request hits the shore-based service, which can consult the latest synchronized data and process the booking and then publish the event back to the ship, where the ship can pick this information up and flow between the two, updating the onboard dining systems. So now we're able to offer a consistent functional experience to the guest, even when they're physically separated from the ship's internal network, bringing connectivity gap and delivering unforgettable holiday, or just for this time, dinner, happiness, wherever they are. So what can an enterprise architect learn on land from the cruise industry operating in the middle of the ocean? There's quite a lot, I hope, that gives you some ideas. Our unique challenges force us to solve problems that are becoming common or different in different industries. We've learned about building the resilience and the autonomous systems, and think about how they might directly be applicable to your world. You're managing a remote factory or agricultural setting, if you're dealing with edge computing or energy grids, I don't know, what is your business that might prioritize continuity where you have an unreliable network infrastructure? And what can our experiences offer as an option? So I think our pivot to an event-driven architecture using technology like Kafka, not just a solution for ships, but it's a proven model for building highly decoupled, scalable, and resilient systems that can function effectively in whether you're always connected or completely disconnected. It forces you to think about data consistency and autonomy and graceful degradation in a way that the cloud-first, always-on mindset often overlooks. So I'll leave you with a question: in your own architecture, what happens if the connection drops? Can you continue to operate autonomously?
Very good.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. It takes me back. Telco, satellite, core systems, enterprise business. And as an architect working on the other side for providers like you in places where it is. So think about Africa, where we've got 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. And as your ship goes towards the Atlantic, 5G starts reducing, that you get to C, then D band, and then you're waiting for K band, KU band as you go and you're searching. So think about the data center on the ship that is doing all these multiple orchestration. And in Telco, even the TM4 framework is now talking about orchestrated services. How have you been able to adapt that orchestration into your costs to serve and maintain that cost over a year by year? Because that has been the challenge from a telco when services are being provided to you. You say, we want you to able to enable my edge, handle from the core that consistent cost over a year, because you don't sign up a 1-year contract with me. You sign up a 2-3 year contract saying, I want my cost in that bucket.
Actually, what you're, not sure what you're.
What I'm saying is from an architectural perspective. Solution architect, you're looking at your solutions for your ship. But for those of us outside your ship that provide services to you, how you've been able to maintain that cost to serve consistently year on year, that it doesn't shoot up?
So we're going through as an organization, a lot of change. Because the availability of connectivity has really changed with putting the satellite of Starlink on, we have that great connectivity, and that's only really happened in the last couple of years. So right now we're having a huge opportunity to change the way that we're thinking about the operation on the ships, a lot of the operation of how things run on the ship, and what we're finding, and I was talking about this, is as we go out to suppliers, those that are willing and able to support this sort of hybrid operation that we have is shrinking and shrinking, because everyone is just, it's a cloud, it's a SaaS product. And we're like, well, how do we make it work in the ship? So yes, this is becoming a real challenge right at the moment to, as we move and change some of our technologies that we have, some of the systems that operate on, to find that we're in a very small market of suppliers that are willing to supply within the cruise industry. So we've had a long continuous point up till now, actually, of maintaining costs by not innovating much, if I put it that way. So we've maintained the status quo for a long time, but now is a real opportunity to innovate a lot, not just us, but the whole industry. And we're sort of actually missing out on having people to come and offer us that agreement of that they're ready to commit to a long-term partnership with us to offer products that last for a long time. So that here and here and then.
Have you looked into SES Satellites? Because I was actually interviewing with them and they provide types of.
So we actually have 3 different satellites connectivity providers that we use for different types of stuff. And we also are looking at Kuiper, the Amazon, the Amazon's satellite service that's coming as well. So yeah,
This might be one for the
I
rain.
can't remember what we might already be using them. So it's not, we have a whole sort of infrastructure side of the architecture team within our. We have 13 of us in architecture. So there's a few in infrastructure architecture, and they manage all of the satellite connectivity side of things. But we have different systems, different satellites that we rely on for different types of connectivity. So we have one satellite that only connects through to all of the navigation and maritime systems, and then there's the others that deliver our general digital and operational systems for the products that we sell.
Well, that point about scope actually is slightly related to the question I was going to ask. I was going to kind of Charles's point about cost to serve and getting new suppliers in to serve the market. Is it can it be a layered architecture where TCP/IP is TCP/IP and I don't care what's underneath, whether it's this satellite, that satellite, or 5G or whatever, or do the applications need to know that sometimes you're on a very slow or unreliable or whatever network, and therefore handle that at the application layer, which is not a layered architecture, and therefore you get to more bespoke solutions that have to be tailored, and therefore it changes the market to your point, right? Yes. So I get the architecture to the enablers and constraints.
Yeah, actually a mixture of all of those, and routing and prioritization as well. So the what systems are more important to be able to manage things. So there's I mentioned one of the systems that I'm involved with is our mustering system, and we have a team in talking about microservices and designing architecture and all these systems. And my point to these external consultants that are coming in, which we hope never happens, but just when the ship is sinking, we know we never want that to happen, but if that might happen, we need to prepare, and this system needs to be the last system that's still running to be able to manage the evacuation of the ship. So there's the criticality level of the systems of the data center is like this is the POS system. Yeah, when we're running on a daily operation, that we don't stop a customer from being able to get a drink at the bar. That is the most crucial thing that's happening in the evening. But if there's a different situation, we need to be able to say, right, the systems need to be able to redistribute what's managing what right now, and that might be at the application level or at the infrastructure level, or supporting the application to decide where the best routing is, cutting out the guests' access to, reducing the guests' Wi-Fi because they can use Wi-Fi and pay for it, but we might cut their availability down because we want to make sure that systems can do some processing to get connected at different times. It's all managing that connectivity. What's the back there, and then that consumer, and then I was keep an eye on who's
The
had
move
to
to
go.
event driven is interesting, right? Particularly for you, because you know every industry has their own view of how good eventual consistency is.
Yeah.
And I assume you've had to change your resilience and your thought process quite a lot around that because everyone's assuming everything is consistent.
Mhm.
But if you're taking a booking in a restaurant, and you've got someone on ship and you've got someone off ship, on actually book, and that the not that and the connectivity and the resilience of like eventual consistency, who wins and how you
Yeah.
I assume changes dramatically. Did you have a massive mind shift change for that?
Yes, it is. So this is still things that we're trying to roll out and bring in. But it is, like I said, it's very the mind shift was still, even though we've moved to more regular synchronization, the mind shift of the business has very much been right. The cruise starts, everyone gets on everything, the data moves to the ship. Now the ship's in charge. And everything happens on the ship. And then at the end of the cruise, when the guests get off, everything moves back. And it's the same with the crew members as well. When a contract starts, their data moves to the ship, and then it moves back again when they're finished. And moving that mindset, actually, we're trying to make sure everything's connected up so that
It's not, to me, it's not just a technology thing, it's the operational thing.
Yes.
Who wins?
Yeah.
In which points, like, because if two people have booked and you're overbooked, the ship has to take.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And stuff like that. So it's a massive mind shift thing. I think it's always operational versus not.
Yeah, and we have a challenge of convincing the business that we can move that edge closer on. You can book things before your cruise. You've booked, you go online and you can choose to say, I want to go to dinner on that night. If anyone's been on a cruise holiday, they'll know they can do this. We have at the moment a window of like, before you get on, it's usually 2 days before, where we've closed the online booking. The business is used to the idea of like, we're going to close online stuff. And then there's a sort of operational process where they're usually to manual looking and checking everything. I mean, I know that we should still let the guests still be able to book their dinner on the day that they board, right up until they're in the terminal before they go on, because they're still excited about their holiday. But because we're still used to this idea of the data being shifted over in one big bulk operation, the business, there's a sort of business process of trying to convince the business what's possible with modern technology as well. I think that's be the last one before my time is up.
I think it's a very interesting problem, and I think it's something that I've worked on with the government, especially around how we handle citizen data, because we also use event-driven architecture, and we face exactly some of the same challenges, especially around resilience, consistency. But what I would like to know is especially around how you manage the load, especially if the ship is somewhere out isolated and then it comes back online and all of those transactions then have to sync. How do you manage the load so that the central server doesn't think, well, this is a DNS attack, or
it's
like too much transaction.
About load balancing.
Yeah, it's load balancing, and I discuss this a lot as well with so as I come from an e-commerce background, and in those e-commerce systems, why it's all cloud and scalability. You've got a TV advert going out, and you had this much traffic on the site, and now you've got 100 times the amount of traffic on your site because your TV advert has gone out. And I worked on the Comic Relief website a long time ago when it was Bake Off was Comic Relief, and they'd say on the show, go and order your Bake Off apron on the website. And we had no traffic all day, and then we sold all the aprons in 10 minutes. And we had to be able to deal with that sort of traffic and the system. The ships we know are the biggest has 6,000, the smallest has just under 2,000 people on it. We know the scale all the time, actually. So we can really easily model the ship's capacity and scale. We don't get huge jumps in traffic, or it's really easy to monitor and track. We know the models of where the traffic is coming from and what systems are busy at what times. If it's a port day, the gangway needs to be operational. If it's a sea day, everyone's doing stuff on the ship. You know, we can quite easily model the traffic and flows and keep the systems pretty consistent. So
How do you cope with all the supplies of food? Because you've got different ships. Is it all sort of ordered ashore?
Oh,
And then
well,
they
that's
take the ship?
that's a whole another question. We have a whole
Amazed how they do that.
we have a whole process.
We'll talk about food over food. Thank you very much, David. Fascinating. Thank you.
So thanks for letting me present my works here on the British Computer Society Enterprise Architecture Conference. I'm always happy to do that and share some results of my research. And today the presentation is called Enterprise Architecture on a Page, the first evidence-based enterprise architecture framework. You know, if you are familiar with enterprise architecture as a discipline, historically it was all about frameworks, and we saw tens of different frameworks presented by different parties. They were incoming from all sorts of consultancies, governmental organizations like the Open Group or people like John Zachman. And yeah, there were tens of different frameworks historically. Currently, people are talking about usually about 4 the most popular frameworks. And for many people, enterprise architecture as a discipline was always very closely associated with these frameworks. And for many people, it is just the same. When they hear enterprise architecture, they start to think about these frameworks. The problem is, however, that if we look at the evidence behind all these frameworks, we see that none of these frameworks ever worked. And most funny, it happens even for frameworks like FIEF and DODA that were presumably created specifically for the US government or Department of Defense specifically. And some people sell them as best practice frameworks that can be used not only in government, but evidence from government suggests that they never really worked even there. So they kind of exist in the discourse around enterprise architecture, but they didn't work even for those organizations for which they were created. And other frameworks are all the same. They were promoted by someone, but no evidence of their work. And I wrote some critical article about Zachman framework, for example, which is referenced here, even with a QR code. And recently I published some quite comprehensive analysis of TOGAF as a video on YouTube, as a presentation where it came from and what its status now. And there is also reference here with a QR code. But basically, conclusion is that sorry, something popped up. Sorry, I dearly apologize. What the hell is that? What is this? Okay, sorry, did it return? Yeah, okay. So basically, evidence suggests that architecture practices never really resemble these frameworks. And I've been researching enterprise architecture since 2013, and I was busy gathering different empirical evidence from different organizations about what they actually do. So it was very clear that nobody works according to frameworks. So people maybe compare them, pay lip service to them. Sometimes they mention them in some of the other discussions, but no one really works like that. So I've been producing different research-based materials, including my books and articles, and quite recently I decided to consolidate all that into a new enterprise architecture framework that summarizes specifically practices that really work in organizations that practice enterprise architecture, and called that simply enterprise architecture on a page. So what is this? Enterprise architecture on a page is a new research-based enterprise architecture framework that intends to provide some reasonable guidance on the subject of enterprise architecture based on real research, not on some prescriptions or analysis of previous what people sell as best practices, but on the analysis that comes directly from the industry, from practicing architects, what they really do in organizations. And the basic idea of the framework is to consolidate different aspects of enterprise architecture just on a single page, so that they can be comprehended very quickly by anyone interested in that. Another feature of the framework is that it distills general patterns of architecture practices, but avoids including different details that are always organization specific. If we look at enterprise architecture practices in organizations, they're always always very organization specific. You will not find two organizations or two practices that are similar in terms of function structure, artifacts, processes, and other aspects. So they're all different. And my intention in creating this framework is to provide something generic, something that kind of says what is common for all architecture practices, rather than focusing on details that can be very peculiar to specific organizations. So the framework is freely available on this website, eaonapage.com. So all the materials can be freely accessed there. So what's the scope of the framework? You know, the term enterprise architecture is very much ill-defined. You will not be able to find any two people that will agree on the definition of enterprise architecture. So basically, the term itself is largely undefinable. And what is then I mean here when I'm talking about enterprise architecture or architecture practice? I mean specifically an organizational practice of joint enterprise-wide business and IT planning. What is important here? We're talking about organizational practice of planning, not activities, day-to-day activities of enterprise architects, or maybe something else, but we discuss organizational practice. So how enterprise architecture looks like in an organization. So it's a kind of macro view, macroscopic view. Also, we're talking about enterprise-wide planning, which means that we're not talking about planning separate projects or programs or products. We're talking about dealing with the whole IT landscape, which may include like hundreds of applications and tens of projects can be executed every year. So we're talking about the whole landscape, whole business, whole organization. And also, we're talking about joint business and IT planning. So there are some people who would say that enterprise architecture is something that kind of embraces all aspects of organizations, which I believe is not realistic. So we're talking specifically about merging business and IT. So what is then in the scope of the framework and out of scope? Firstly, in the scope are all the activities carried out in organizations for joint business and IT planning and participants of these activities. So who does what? Another thing that is in scope, different documents, instruments, and techniques that facilitate or enable this joint business and IT planning. And another thing is all organizational arrangements necessary to conduct this planning in the form of architecture roles, governance bodies, things like that. At the same time, a number of things are not in scope that some people would expect to be in scope. One is everything related to enterprise technologies. So sometimes when people talking about enterprise architecture, they start to say, what's the connection, for example, between enterprise architecture and big data or artificial intelligence currently? I would say that enterprise architecture as a practice of planning, as I discuss it, is not really technology specific practice. It's largely technology neutral. It's about planning any technology introductions, regardless of what specific technologies you are introducing, and these technologies always evolve. Also, the framework does not say much about the structuring and layering of the organizational business and IT landscape. So again, usually in the enterprise architecture discussions, people pay a lot of attention to this separation of landscape into a number of domains like business applications, data, and technology, and they argue how these domains should be structured. I would say that this is largely not really important, in the sense that you can structure them in any way you like, but that doesn't give you any answer to the question, how do you plan actually all that in an aligned fashion? How do you make them align with each other? So we're not talking about structuring the landscape. We are talking about what do you do to make different layers of your landscape align with each other. And also out of the scope is all the detailed technical planning of individual IT solutions, projects, products, or things like that. So what are the features of the framework? Firstly, and most importantly, the framework is entirely evidence-based. So I've been interviewing people actively since 2014, and I gathered lots of evidence from different organizations, like what they're doing, how they're working, and the framework is entirely based on that evidence from the fields, what people really do, rather than what we pay lip service to, for example. Another question is, framework elements of it were published in some academic journals after undergoing some peer review processes, so there's some kind of independent validation. Another thing is framework is descriptive, not prescriptive. What does it mean? Enterprise architecture practices are extremely organization specific, and you cannot like prescribe or issue some instructions to people, you need to do like that, or you need to do it this way or that way, because what they need to do is very organization specific. So the framework doesn't intend to prescribe what people should do, but rather it describes how people are doing things, and what others can do is learn from other organizations' experience, learn their lessons, and try to introduce them in their organization when they think they are applicable or relevant. Another point is that framework is situationally oriented, which means that there are no one-size-fits-all approaches in the enterprise architecture space, and there is no point in talking about some correct approaches or not correct approaches. Everything depends on the situation, and the framework always tries to explain what are these dependencies on the situation, on the context, and things like that. Another is framework is both theoretical and practical at the same time. On the one hand, it provides some kind of high-level abstractions and general conceptual kind of framework. So this is why it's theoretical. But on the other hand, it's also practical, because if you add a little bit more organization-specific details, you will get a very, very practical picture, very actionable. You just need to add to these general conceptual structures, you add some organization-specific details, and you get immediately your organizational reality. Also, the framework is intended to be highly intuitive. So everything I try to make as simple as possible, most as self-explanatory as possible. And I think for all people who know something about enterprise architecture can quite quickly understand what I mean without any kind of specific comments or clarifications. And last feature is my intention was to make the framework clearly formulated, which means that I mean exactly what I say. For example, in frameworks like TOGAF, things can be called phases or steps, and yet some gurus will say that steps doesn't really mean that you need to follow them as steps. But why they are then called steps if they are not really steps? So my intention is to use exact phrases, like if I say something, I mean exactly that. So these are the features. Something about evidential basis of the framework. So I do research persistently since 2013, but yeah, and gather evidence from different organizations. Mostly these are interviews with practicing enterprise architects. So currently interviews are gathered from more than 100 organizations. About 80% are Australian, but also there are some from New Zealand and some from other countries as well, including Europe and the United States. Evidence comes from all industry sectors, including all sorts of commercial organizations and non-profit organizations like governmental. Also, a wide variety in terms of size of the organizations. So from, say, 20 to 30 IT staff to several thousand IT staff. In terms of numbers of architects, organizations range from 1 to maybe 250. And also different evidence and coming from literature on the subject, when it's relevant, is also incorporated. So what are the 4 framework components? There are four components. Each component addresses one major aspect of enterprise architecture. One is enterprise architecture practice on the page. It shows what enterprise architecture practice in an organization looks like. Second one is enterprise architecture function on the page. It shows what function, what structure of the function you are likely to need in different organizations. Third one is enterprise architecture artifacts on the page. This is probably the most famous one, so to speak, and the oldest one that I created. So it provides a structured catalog of different artifacts that people are really using with some explanation of why and how these artifacts are used. And the last one is enterprise architecture maturity on the page. So it demonstrates a typical maturity journey of an enterprise architecture practice in an organization. We don't have time to discuss all that in detail in a 30-minute presentation, but I will provide a quick overview of each of these one-page deliverables, saying what they mean, how they should be interpreted, and some key ideas about that. For example, this one, first one, enterprise architecture practice on a page. What it shows architecture practice as a complex organizational planning activity consisting of 3 major processes. One is strategic planning. This is where enterprise architects communicating with business leaders and using artifacts like architecture strategies, business capability models, value chains, and eventually roadmaps, they come up with an understanding of what is our strategic direction, where we are going, and eventually form some kind of project portfolio. What changes do we need to introduce in the long term? The second process is project implementation, which also need to be complemented with product implementation, which I will do quite soon. But the project implementation is fundamentally how do you implement each individual project that previously were identified as part of strategic planning. And projects here come from 2 sources. One is an arrow from strategic planning, planned business needs. These are like strategic projects that you envisioned in advance. And another arrow coming from the top, urgent business needs. So these are some projects that are not strategic, that where you need to react, for example, on changes in legislation. So projects, some of them are strategic, pre-planned in advance. Some of them are just urgent that you need to execute to stay operating. And the last process is technology optimization. Technology optimization is a process where architects analyze existing landscape and try to understand how the landscape should be optimized from the standpoint of simplification, technology consolidation, deduplication, reduction of architecture debt, maybe applying some security patches and things like that. So these processes together constitute working architecture practice where different people, as part of different processes, make different types of decisions and eventually convert some signals from the external business environment about how business is changing into the structure of the organizational IT landscape. Second one is enterprise architecture function on the page. So what is the key idea here? Key idea, obviously, that architecture functions range in their size at least 2 or 3 orders of magnitude. So from 1 architect in smallest organizations to hundreds of architects in largest organizations. So obviously, there cannot be any one-size-fits-all structure of the architecture function. Rather, we should talk about the spectrum of structures that can be relevant to organizations of different sizes and also different degrees of centralization or decentralization. And in my observations and also available statistics, the size of architecture function is proportional to the size of the total number of IT staff that an organization employs. So here, blue at the bottom, you can ask yourself, how many IT staff you have? 4 to 5% of that will be a number of architects that you are likely to need. And if you take this proportion, you will get into one of these 4 concentric circles, which indicate possible structures of architecture functions in terms of the roles for architects for organizations of different sizes. And another spectrum here is from more centralized to more decentralized organizations. And the thing is, in more centralized organizations, you are likely to find more architects focused on on specific domains organization-wide. For example, in centralized organizations, you are more likely to find organization-wide application enterprise architects. Whereas in decentralized organizations, you are most likely to find architects focusing on different business areas, but across all domains, like focus on one geography, but all domains from business down to infrastructure and security. So this is like, sorry, explains how architecture roles are different in different organizations from the standpoint of the size of the company and the degree of centralization or decentralization. And also on the left-hand side here, you see some tentative structure of governance bodies that you are likely to need in organizations of different sizes. And also color coding in terms of architecture roles explains how many tiers of architecture positions you are likely to need for organizations of different sizes. So basically, you can find your organization on this map and understand what structure of the function is adequate for your organization, given its size and decentralization requirements. Another one, the most probably prominent one, is enterprise architecture artifacts on the page. So what's the point here? All artifacts generally can be classified according to two different dimensions. Firstly, what they describe, and second, how they describe. Generally, artifacts can describe three different things: rules defining how we work, structures about high-level structure of our organization, or individual solutions or products will also be here. And artifacts can describe all that in an IT-focused fashion or business-focused fashion. So business-focused artifacts are those artifacts that you can discuss with business, present to the business, that use business language, non-technical language. These are artifacts that you use like as communication interfaces between architects and the business to explain what we are doing. And IT-focused artifacts, on the contrary, are quite technical. They contain different technicalities, maybe use specialized modeling languages. These artifacts you normally don't show to the business. This is like what you use internally within IT to build systems or define technical standards or understand the technical structure of your landscape, something that business people don't really care or understand. And this gives 6-cell taxonomy that generally classifies all artifacts used in practice. CSV, LOD taxonomy: considerations, standards, visions, landscapes, outlines, and designs. And for each of these 6 general types, there are artifacts provided that are typically used in organizations to fulfill this kind of 6 roles. And artifacts are also color-coded. If you see here, they all have on the right-hand side, on the top right-hand side, triangles showing from white to black. What the darker it is, it means the artifact is more popular. So black artifacts with black triangles are those that are used almost everywhere. White are those that are used relatively rarely. And grays, or different shades of gray, they indicate also relative popularity of different artifacts across the industry. And the last one is enterprise architecture maturity on the page. So this picture explains how enterprise architecture practices typically grow in organizations from the standpoint of the previous 3 aspects that I discussed: processes, function, and artifacts. And there are generally, I think, 4 stages. Stage 0 is when you have nothing: no architecture, no architects, no nothing. Stage 1. Stage 1 is when usually organizations start by their architecture practices by only introducing what's typically called solution architecture. So there is a process for implementing projects. There are only solution architects and only solution artifacts like designs, solution designs, solution overviews, solution options, things like that, but nothing more. Then at stage 2, organizations start to analyze their IT landscape more systematically. They introduce architecture repositories. They start to select technologies for the whole company, like introduce technology standards. At this stage, they already have someone called enterprise architects, but these enterprise architects, they mostly focus on technical domains. They're not really discussing business with business leaders. They only like try to optimize the landscape in an organization-wide fashion, but only from the technical standpoint. In terms of artifacts, what you get here is technology standards, different landscape diagrams, system inventories, and things like that. So you understand what your landscape is. And finally, stage 3. Stage 3 is when you really introduce some collaborative strategic planning with the business. This is where enterprise architects start to really communicate directly with the business. They start to embrace business domain. This is where you introduce such artifacts like capability models, process maps, investment roadmaps, architecture strategies, something that you agree between architects and business. And at this stage, your architecture function or practice can be considered like mature. So this was a brief overview of the framework. Each of these one-page deliverables deserves to be like studied in more detail, because there are lots of different properties in every model where you can kind of study. So how to use this framework? First of all, again, it's necessary to say that it is impossible for anyone to come and say how your organization should practice enterprise architecture. Every organization is different and unique. No one can decide for you. You can only decide for yourself based on your understanding of generally the industry experience, and think about which elements of that experience can be applied in your case. So the framework cannot prescribe anyone exactly what needs to be done in their organization, in their case. This is simply impossible. This is like unrealistic expectation to find some recipes what you should do in your organization in any files in the internet. Authors of these files have no idea about your organization to tell you what to do, right? But what the framework can do is only inform about some proven industry approaches that are likely to work in specific context, and you can learn from that and understand which of that can be introduced in your organization when you understand your specific context. And here are some examples of what do I mean by right ways of using the framework and wrong ways. Right ways are all dealing with adapting all that to your organizational realities, but first you need to understand your own realities. So processes model, you need to think about, okay, how that needs to be integrated into our decision-making processes. Out of all artifacts, you need to ask ourselves, like, okay, what artifacts we are likely to need in our organization, given its kind of problems and demands. By contrast, wrong ways of using the framework include things like, for example, trying to introduce all possible artifacts, so create like everything that is shown for unclear purposes. This is definitely wrong. Or other wrong approach would be like, for example, blindly sticking to the average structure of the architecture function characteristic for the organization of your size, without really understanding why is that so. So the framework provides some sound evidence-based information about what approaches are likely to work based on other organizations' experience, but at the same time, that does not guarantee automatically that other people's experience is directly applicable to your situation, because your situation may be unique. So the framework cannot replace like thinking and understanding. So basically, the framework was created a few months ago, but I've been doing research for a long time, and I created lots of materials where evidence-based information on enterprise architecture can be found. And I have many articles, different academic courses, recorded a couple of books. So currently, the most comprehensive resources about the frameworks is my 2 books. One is about the practice of enterprise architecture, and another is about enterprise architects specifically. But fundamentally, on my website and on the framework website, you can find lots of resources freely available, where you can get all the information from. And also quite recently, I also launched some public trainings on the framework. So basically, yeah, there are many sources of information where you can get a more detailed understanding of all these framework elements and understand where they come from, and get some kind of comprehensive description of all those elements if you need to. So that's it for today. I think we have a few minutes for questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Svatoslav. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, it's mine, just doing the compare. Thank you very much for that. We just have 1 minute of questions. If I just take maybe 2, but quite brief, if we have any in the room at all.
I'll start with one.
Yeah, please.
I'm not sure they can hear me, but you can shout it louder, perhaps. So I've been following this guy's work for some time, and I really liked it. I mean, the evidence-based approach, I think, has been long needed. I'm just intrigued at what should we do with existing frameworks like TOGAF, right? I mean, are they even worth talking about anymore, or do we just discard them and go with something else?
In the interest of time, I think you can possibly give a succinct answer to what you think we could do with TOGAF.
Look, in my view, they should be discarded long time ago, but they're not discarded because there are many people who make money on that. Somebody sell them, promote them. Some HR managers are seeking people with TOGAF certifications, and that's why they kind of became institutionalized in the field without providing any real kind of guidance. That's why people, unfortunately, they have to waste their time discussing TOGAF, getting TOGAF certified just because they need some badges. But conceptually, of course, they are not like worthwhile. They all should be discarded long ago. But because there are many parties interested in their presence, these frameworks are still present, unfortunately. This is not for the benefit of enterprise architecture community.
So about me, I work with Tata Consultancy Services. I'm a global enterprise architect, and I work in a designated focus group. We call it as Architecture Transformation Service within banking, financial service, and insurance. So it's BFSI. We work within that. And it's been 5 years we started this initiative of a BFSI transformation services. So anything and everything around architecture. So that's your enterprise, your solution, your technical. So we work in that order. And whatever researched for last 5 years, I have been engaging with the industry analysts for the analyst briefing sessions about enterprise architecture automation, about architecture agility. And now, since Gen AI is a buzz, we try to talk about the generative architecture. And my topic for today is advancing enterprise architecture, like the topic says. How is it getting evolved from static models to intelligent adaptive systems? So when we just observe today, I think there are a lot of points that each of talking about how the enterprise architecture has evolved over last 10 years. Now, before getting into my slides, I would want to imagine you driving with a GPS that hasn't been updated in 10 years. Okay, so it's a metaphor. So it shows old roads, dead ends, and missing bridges. So you lost pretty quickly, right? So that's what traditional enterprise architecture feels like today. So it's an outdated map in a world moving at a real time. Now, if you just think about a modern GPS, it will be definitely real time, adaptive, predictable. And also it recalculates our estimated time of arrival. It suggests alternate routes and even warns what are the hazards that is ahead of us. And that's the enterprise architecture we need today. So not a static rule book, but the real-time navigation system of the enterprise. I hope many of you will be agreeing to this point. Yeah, and the thought leadership initiatives that I get into this industry mindshare, we try to evangelize the concepts, whatever I just mentioned. So going forward, so this is the agenda for today. I'll make it completely time boxed. It's a very short presentation. So this is our roadmap is pretty simple. So we'll start with a problem statement. and the market outlook and analyst perspective. Let me just bring the pointer so that it's easy for you. Yeah. So I will talk about the problem with traditional enterprise architecture. We'll see the market outlook, about the analyst perspective, and the shift in EA, ideally the evolution of enterprise architecture from a governance heavy to intelligent and adaptive. And there is an industry reference that I have brought in place with respect to open source initiative so that we are relevant about what we are discussing. And there are some other points like expected business outcomes and potential key use cases, and we will discuss it further. I hope that sounds like a plan. Now, I have 3 images here. Okay, so this is nothing but it just depicts the way how the traditional enterprise architecture works. So if you see, we talk about agility in engineering principles, but when we talk about enterprise architecture, it is still agile. I mean, it is still waterfallish, it is non-agile. So always the engineering team and the architecture team work in silos. And this itself have created a lot of problems. And another picture that you are seeing here is that since the enterprise architecture is stuck in waterfall mode, there'll be a heavy planning in place. And there will be a endless documentation. So you're seeing everything is getting piled up. So the review itself will be completely slow. So by the time the blueprints are finalized, the business has already pivoted twice. So enterprise architecture itself becomes a bottleneck. So it becomes reactive instead of enabling. Now, there is an accrual problem to it. So I think this is something Cortese just mentioned in his previous session about the architecture debt. So when we talk about technical debt, we talk about design debt. So we don't talk about architecture debt. When enterprise architecture is waterfall, there is a hidden debt that is getting accrued, not just at an enterprise level, but also at a residue of a project level. So every time when we get into a financial planning, we ideally miss out these efforts to be captured. So the definition of architecture debt could be an IT debt, consolidation of all debts. So your design debts, your technical debt, your technology debt. And also if you see the situation, every day we have an innovation. So we have a lot of moving parts. So when we have too much moving parts in an organization, so think about how will we control that moving parts? How do we govern it? The governance will come only if there is a standard enterprise architecture. So the problem statements are pretty listed. The static models, which are quickly outdated. You have a very slow down decisions. There is no alignment between your IT and the business outcomes, and which also gives a limited real-time insight. So your observability also is in a challenging mode. And this picture shows like how there is a accrued heavy architecture debt that organization is trying to face because of all this, whatever I just said. Okay. Now, the same problem statements, the market demands a shift. That means even our Gartner, the Forrester, all our analysts, when you see the latest reports of architecture innovation or architecture agility or automation and architecture, all tells about a need for agility, faster time to value, and also an automated compliance. So if I just give a deeper view with a research outlook, so this is the demand currently in. So this is not one of a snapshot that I took it from our EA market standard. So that what they are telling us, as per the market growth of EA tools today, it is about 1.3 billion. So you're seeing a direct spike for next 10 years. And by 2034, it is projected almost double. That means it's almost 2.7 billion is the market demand. The reason being is EA is shifting from static documentation to the intelligent decision making. So for making it intelligent decision making, enterprises now see this as a very critical capability. So if you see the demand drivers, you talk about business alignment, your automation, agility, those are all the enablers. We also see that the enterprise architecture is no longer a back office governance, but it has to be an executive control tower. Now, how did the evolution happen? Okay, traditionally, we understood that there is a lot of documentation, there is a lot of manual efforts, and the documentation creates the process completely slow and rigid. I don't know how many of you have heard about this new terms. I think in the morning session, we heard about the emotions and about the DevSecOps. But here, the new industry term that we are researching, maybe what Kotasev also would have complemented, is that we call the overall end-to-end operations in enterprise architecture as RCOPS. So there is an architecture operations lens that we need to wear when we look at the evolution. So we have been working about agile architecture where we emphasize on the collaborative mode of approach. So DevOps, when we talked 20 years back, initially during the discussion, it was actually declined. But later, now people have in practice, they are evangelizing about DevOps. And the future of IT will be an adaptive and an intelligent enterprise architecture. So it is like waterfallish, then we try to make it agile. And to make agile, we brought in automation. Now we have AI. So with AI powered design, we can make it more real time, adaptive, and intelligent. Now you are seeing two images here. So these are two capabilities which I thought I will elaborate in my next slide. So traditionally, when we hear the term enterprise architecture or architecture, immediately normal IT person thinks about process in a paper. Yeah. So it'll have to, trash my previous work and I have to redraw it. And yeah, we have been using our PowerPoints. We started with MS Paint. Then when it started digitized, we started doing with the Draw.io. Then we had the Visio. So these are the tools. Now, I think in our keynote session, they had highlighted about architecture as code. So imagine if I can codify my architecture blueprints. That means I can ideally retain my code, and tomorrow, if at all there is a change in the architecture pattern or a design, say for example, I have an application that I am maintaining and tomorrow I want to add a new feature to it. So I need not design or define my architecture from start. I need to just use that code. So the code could be either a C4 language, it could be a Plant-UML code. So there are many which supports for architecture as code initiative. So you have your Mermaid scripts. And we have the tools which is supporting these capabilities, like your Structure-ISA, your Plant-UML editor. We have our also the EA tools. So one important point, I think, in the current trend, what we are seeing is after the evolution of Gen AI, majorly the EA tool like Structure-ISA is trying to bring this particular, LeanIX is trying to bring this capability where they are trying to integrate the LLM capability to their EA tool, so that any architect or an enterprise architect, he can ideally code his architect and he can define it there itself. So that is a new change that we are talking about. And yeah, so even if I have to give a better perspective now, so if I have a code for my architecture, now I can generate it. So if I have a context about or a context about the architectural situation that I have, I can create it here. I can feed into my LLM tool or the generative AI engine, and I can get the code. So this is the cycle that is getting evolved in the current trend. And since I am from a banking industry working with major tier 1 banks, I see that this is extremely hot cake that people are trying to grab. And is it relevant, whatever I said? Yes. And the thing what you're seeing here is we call it as common architecture language model. Maybe whenever you have time or during this, you can just feed in CALM plus Finos. And this is a architecture standard that is getting built currently by the Finos. So Finos is a open source consortium, and they work this initiative as CALM Calm initiative for last 5 years, and they're trying to make this architecture as code principles into enterprise design. So instead of static diagrams, so Calm uses a mission readable, validated, and reusable models. So like they're using JSON and CLI. And this aligns with a broader objective as well, because this brings in a lot of capability. Like said, so if you think of anything, it like interoperability or any of your NFR capability, your transparency, your scalability, and our architecture itself will get a capability where I can test my architecture. So you can actually test my architecture. I can retain it. I can also sustain. So there is a sustainable element also coming in picture. So this shows about that we are relevant to the industry. Now coming to the next, let me give a broader perspective. So we have been talking about the future. So future would be more of an intelligent enterprise architecture, or like I said, generative architecture, not Gen AI in architecture. So that I call it as generative architecture. So I will be trying to predict impact before any change happens. So if I think about my CI/CD pipeline from my business gathering, building the code, pushing into my pipeline where I will be testing it, and then my artifact management, and finally deployment. And then if I look at the performance, everything will be an architecture runway. So if you go one step forward, I will be doing it from my context decision, from my drawing my architecture diagrams, defining my architecture. Then you can think about your DevOps cycle. So your entire CI/CD pipeline will be automated, and I call it as everything as code. So it's not just architecture as code or infrastructure as code. We can call it as everything as code. Or the other word which we usually use it is hyper automation. So I can hyper automate this entire cycle. So this is the future that we are seeing. And talking about the observability part, everything. So I will be getting live feedback, keeping my architecture aligned. So when enterprise architecture, we can also see it as a brain of an organization. It may not be just as a separate discipline. So EA with a brain. So once you have this capability developed for any organization, the EA itself will act as a brain. Now, what are the advancements? So advancements, if I just go much more forward, we are seeing that most of the business processes, business policy, so there are a lot of definition within the organization itself about policy, governance rules. Everything can be codified. So my policy itself, I can code. I can use the OPA. So I think most of you would have come across this OPA, Open Policy Agent. So I can go and code my and bring more AI/ML features and bring it into this cycle. Like your generative architecture, I have my architecture as code, and then I can push it into my GitOps tool chain, where I will be having an AI model layer, I will have a governance layer, and a code generation. So AI model, I will be using it for my code analysis, and then I will be using my governance layer, where I will make my entire architecture governance from my screen. I will be knowing, okay, how is the enterprise application health maturity? And with a double click, so if you just go to a structurizer, and if you try to create a context, and if I try to create a C4 language code, I will get multiple views. So I can ideally create knowledge graphs where I can click and see which application, what is the remediation plan, or should I go ahead and rewrite it, or should I rationalize it? So that decision making is extremely faster. And that is true because it has all been driven by live telemetry. And of course, we have been talking about code quality for so many years. So that also complements this entire cycle. Now, there are some use cases. I just picked very selective use cases. So from a bank, if I take from a bank perspective, so you have the AI-driven modernization to cut 6 months of portfolio analysis just to 3 weeks. Yeah. And the digital twins, that means the organization could simulate your cloud migration cost or your performance cost, everything before.
Darling.
Vishnu? Vishnu, can you hear?
A move. So I can ideally predict, like I said, with policy as go before they hit the production. So this is, you have a question?
Vishnu, we lost you for more than 30 seconds. On your presentation screen, if you can click the hide button, it will also let us see the bottom part of the presentation. Oh, you are, oh, hello, we can see you now. Hello.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, it's good now.
Let me reshare again. And let me try to cover up that 30 seconds that was lost.
Thank you. If there is some bandwidth issues, maybe there is a link to turn off your visual, because we do not need to see your camera, so that could improve the bandwidth, maybe.
Sure, I will do that. I have done that. Yes, I have switched off my video. Thanks for that. Can I continue? Am I audible and clear?
Please, it's clear now.
Fantastic. So I'm just repeating what I just said. So these are some potential use cases for any organization. So
we do not see the presentation at the moment.
Okay. My God.
One moment. Yes. Okay. And can you click the hide thing where it says you are sharing your screen? Can you click hide? Thank you. Then we see all of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and apologize for the inconvenience. So let me repeat this slide. So I just picked 3 use cases, which is industry relevant, which I believe. So it's about adaptable enterprise architecture is what it emphasizes. So if you think about a bank situation where I want to use an AI-driven modernization to cut 6 months of portfolio analysis, it ideally enables to do it by 3 weeks, with these capabilities. And the other one is the digital twin. So ideally, I would be able to forecast my cost performance impact before even it hits my, the production, before even it hits production impact. So with my policy as code, my compliance violations are blocked before they hit the production. That's precisely what I want to say. Now, automated compliance. Now, all the organization, I would say, let it be BFSI, your manufacturing, your telecom, retail, anything, everyone are trying to develop and build their own architecture model, and they are making it more queryable so that my entire architecture knowledge, my repository, my EA tool, my CMDB, everything is being integrated to my AI layer. So it makes it much more faster. And this isn't futuristic. It's actually happening now. And it's delivering real business value. So when I just show you what are the expected business outcome, these are the ones. So we spoke about, it's something that it's something that we already know. When so much of hyper automation we are able to achieve, we have a lower technical debt as architecture evolves with delivery. And we have a faster, smarter, business decisions with greater business agility, and yes, stronger compliance as our guardrails are automated. And most importantly, the EA shifts from being a blocker to a strategic enabler. So like I said, it will be a digital brain of the enterprise. So with that, I will conclude my speech, and let's go for an open discussion.
Thank you. That's fantastic, because we actually have 10 minutes for questions. So we can just reflect a little bit, and you've given us some time. Thank you. So may I ask any questions from the room? Yes.
How do you deal with the challenge of the ever-evolving shadow IT capability and modeling that within these kind of architecture as code? Is it a case of helping people provide that information, or does the architect now need to make sure they're including people from those teams in the ability to input to these tools?
fantastic question. So what ideally we will have to see challenges in evolving architecture as code. And if you ask about how we ensure that's success, I will tell it in two things. One is we will have to standardize the entire modeling language, I would say. That means today, if you document many formats like diagram as code, you have your spreadsheet, you have your Visio, you have your Archimate. So moving to a machine readable models requires standardization. So like adopting open standards, like I said, this is one. And second part is it's all about a cultural shift. Like, see, ideally you or me, whoever, when we think about architect, it's only about creating documents. It's not about writing architecture in code or a CLI. So that's often resistant. So we will have, organization will have to evangelize it, and also maybe that it has to be top down, that architects should code. So that new norm should be practiced everywhere. Even when Gen AI is there, I think that is another enhancement. So this is how it's usually done. Because if you think about DevOps earlier, we never thought about adopting DevOps as a practice. But now if you see, the architects on DevOps are like practitioners. So going forward, the architecture as code will be augmenting. So it will not be replacing their role, but ideally they'll be more like a pair architects with engineers, just like DevOps pair Dev plus Ops. So something like that is the future. Hope I clarified.
And do you have another question?
Yes, please. Vishnu, thanks very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Based on the how your clientele are receiving this, what is the cost driver for this? So think about this very carefully. Who are the decision makers who will utilize this? And how does that affect the business, since IT is an enabling service? So from my perspective, if I'm listening to you, why would I do this?
Right. See, when you think about cost of technical and architecture depth, I don't know how many organizations are trying to do that. So if I think about a driver, like maintaining outdated blueprints or static models, ideally it's a costly rework. So there are a lot of duplication, misalignment. Now, if I try to make my architecture live and versioned, so think about how much am I remediating my rework. So it's an expensive missteps in delivery. So the best practice that what we need to do is, when there is an architecture review board, in parallel there has to be a TDO. So ideally it's a technical debt management office. So they will have to ideally collect, or they will have to consider these individual cost elements, and every week, or I think in my previous presentation he was talking about enterprise architecture assessment. So similarly, we will have to do this as a more of a I would say it's as a cyclic process. So like how we do a regular health checkup for our body, there has to be a weekly, monthly run that we need to do for our enterprise architecture readiness, and that should call out about what is the real cost. It's not about the projected cost, the real cost that is coming from residue of these application and projects.
So you've answered the question where we're going with this. The key challenge from my perspective is, at the top line, who owns that cost? The business is not interested in that. What the business wants is, can you deliver what I want, my outcomes? So this line item and where we're going, and why I'm asking that question is that as an architect over a long period of time of 3 decades, nobody has asked me that question. Sometimes they don't even use what we even deliver, because the outcomes does not meet the end goal for the business. And that in itself is a challenge.
Very true. See, ideally that like I said, this automated governance. So what does it ideally do? It helps the business for a faster approvals, isn't it? So new digital products ideally reach a faster time to market or an earlier revenue capture, isn't it?
I'll assume so, but as I said, who is the decision maker?
It has to be from us. It has to be the enterprise architects. So
Okay.
like I said, we will be earlier it used to be a CIO function, but as per the McKinsey report, they are telling that enterprise architecture is a CEO function. So that is the way where the world is changing. So CEO function means we are the direct decision makers and we will have to take the strategy at the right place, the right time.
Good. Well, some good debate and questions, and I had one for myself, but I'll take it offline. If you are amenable to being connected on LinkedIn by myself or anyone else who has some follow-ons, I think we'd all appreciate that. And thank you so much for joining us. That's been very interesting and insightful. Thank you, Vishnu.
So today I will be presenting about the data storage and AI resolution. So I work as a product manager at Citigroup. So we are working with the Gen AI, and in our industry, like we are able to do a digital transformation. So I feel like data storage has a more challenging for the enterprise level to leverage our applications. So daily we will be loading many applications into our database architecture and also the servers. It loads the data, and also we will be paying more cost in the cloud. When we migrate to the cloud, we will be paying more cost. Today, I will be talking about some of the resolutions we are coming up to resolve this issue. So the agenda of this presentation is like we can able to talk about the architecture, what are the key benefits changing the architecture of the current applications, and how we can able to improve it. So the current problem in the enterprise level we will be having about the architecture. So we will be designing the architecture based upon the data storage. The data will be stored in the backend in the database. When we try to get the data back into the server, it takes a lot of time fetching the data from the backend the database. So, and also we are paying most cost in the cloud. Moving to the cloud, we will be paying to the servers. So it adds more load to the servers when we upload a lot of the data. So the bottleneck is some of the industries cannot able to retrieve the data, and we'll be adding more data into the servers. It's overloaded. So the challenge some of the enterprise level to leverage is managing the data. So I will be starting with how we can able to improve our architecture. The currently most of the enterprises are having the unstructured data. So this unstructured data will be loading documents and some of the multimedia, pictures, images, and some of data. So all these documents will be adding into this backend service. So it adds more load to the data to retrieve the data back and get the correct information back. So it uses a lot of load onto the servers, and also when we connect to the internet, also we will be not getting the answers right back. Even if you use a ChatGPT, Gemini, it takes a lot of time to load the data because of unstructured data. The traditional methods of storage have to improve because the data we will be adding into the databases. So I come up with the solution. I'm the founder of Lotus BPM AI Solutions. So we come up with the solutions with embedding the computation directly into the storage system. So it helps to improve the efficiency, cost, and also the operations. So the currently like how our architecture was designed is the object storage with the database and the flat files object storage with the rich data. So the real time when we have vectorization of the data, we will be mapping all data into the vectorization. Each data will be mapped, and we will be fetching the data through the vectorization. And it takes a lot of time to fetch the data, and the processing time will be very high. So we come up with a solution for the integrating parallel computing. The integrated parallel computing is nothing but the adding a storage layer directly into the GPU and CPU. This helps to reduce the load onto the AI workloads, and also it improves the latency and also the energy cost. This is the cutting edge and the innovation technology we are coming up with, having a data storage model to redesign. So this is an embedded system, the current processes, how the processes will be adding the controllers into the database servers. So when we will be adding directly this embedded computation system into the data storage, we can able to improve our efficiency, performance, cost. So some of the key benefits using this embedded computation model is scalability. We can able to scale by using this method, and also the real-time processing time will be improving. And also we don't have any latency. and also it's cost efficient. But what we have to do is we have to change the entire data architecture so they can able to help the GPUs to accelerate with high performance. And also this improves, I can give some of the examples like how this can be used in the real time in the healthcare and manufacturing, and also in the research. So currently in the healthcare, we will be processing a lot of information of the patient records, and also like the DNA sequencing for the research articles. It takes a lot of time to load this data and get the information back. By using this kind of architecture and improving the architecture, we can able to retrieve the data in few minutes. It can improve the efficiency. Even the real time in the financial industry, I work in the financial industry in the Citigroup. So we will be having a lot of compliances issues and also the fraud detection. When we get some information from any request from the client, will be the back end will be checking for the fraud detection. It takes a lot of time to get the data back and also get some kind of fraud activities. So if with this type of architecture solution, we can able to resolve this issue in the fraud detection and any compliance monitoring issues as well. When we come to the research, like many of the data sciences will be using the applications for their research articles for the research. When we scale up this kind of architecture, we can help the research and the government to have a better policies and improve the architecture solutions. So what this really impacts is the performance. So everyone, like nowadays, everyone is using the AI applications. So what's really helpful by designing this architecture is improving the performance. The performance is the key, how we can able to build the AI models. So moving from the computation model to the data sets, we have a massive data sets, how we can able to crucially improve our performance using this architecture. And also it enables the cost because we are paying for the cloud. Every cloud, when we add any applications to the cloud for the data storage and the data, we will be adding, putting the cost on the cloud. And whenever how much server we will be using, we have to pay for the cost. So we can able to reduce the cost efficiency by designing this architecture. So how it impacts in the future, like how this can help in the future to improve our data architecture. So it can able to support the scalability and adaptations to build the architecture enterprise level in higher enterprise level. And also in the deep dive, we can able to make sure like our computation and domain specific workflows, we can able to improve the workflows, automations of the workflows in the real time. And also we can able to reduce like improvising the unstructured data in the enterprise level. So my analysis and the conclusion of this architecture is designing the AI models that can able to process the data directly into the storage, not onto the database servers. And also that what really it helps to improve the efficiency, cost, and also we can able to build the enterprise level in the larger scale. So by combining this scale, storage, parallel computation, and AI, vectorization can help to transform the data management. It can improve the data management, how we are managing data. Because the huge problem now the enterprise is facing about the data management. Thank you all. Any questions?
Yes, I'll kick off, Nalina. Can I ask a basic question? You're talking about data AI here, I presume, like data analytics. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say you're co-locating the compute with the data, you're talking really about on the you know the machines used to handle the data processing are the ones you're running the AI analytics on. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. Like I'm talking about the machines on the backend servers, because all the data when we upload any unstructured data like photos, images, everything will be stored in the back in the database.
So thank you. And just one additional question on that, if I can. Is this effectively pre-computing some of the analytics? So effectively you have, for example, a trained neural network and you're applying the data to that as it occurs, as the data is updated. Is that the sort of use case?
Yes, yes, this use case to update the database architecture. Like instead of loading everything into the backend database, we'll be having storing into the data storage. Yeah.
Nilia, can I ask whether this is anonymized data? So this has nothing to do with customer.
No, this is not the customer, this is about the data.
So this is all raw data produced in
Mhm.
given to the customer.
Yep, exactly. The customer upload any data in the chat GTP, will be uploading some data. So how we can able to retrieve this data using an AI storage method.
Can I just ask, you use the term data vectorization a couple of
Yep. Yep, yep.
What do you mean by that? It's not something I'm
So-
familiar with.
Yeah, the meaning of data vectorization is when we will be mapping a different data sets. For example, like we will be taking cat, dog, everything. Like we will be vectorization having 1, 2, 3 numbers. When in Chat GTP, when they search this data, it will be giving according to the vectorizations. So in the real time, the database space is based upon the vectorizations. So the mapping of the data. So when you ask the question in the Chat GTP regarding about one question, so everything will be embedded in the vectorizations.
Wonderful.
So it takes a lot of time. The point here is the basic challenges we having taking a lot of time to loading the data into the backend servers and also fetching back the data and getting the answers. So by using this data storage method, we can able to improvise and the cost and efficiency of the servers.
And sorry, just one further thing then. So is at what stage in the whole life cycle is this of the Chat GPT, the LLM model is this? Is this in creating and training the model, or is this in applying the model to specific use cases afterwards? When does this optimization happen?
Is applying for the optimizations. Yeah, optimizations applied for the Chat GTP LLM models. This is more like a
Is it helping to train? Is it part of the training the model, or is it right afterwards? But both.
This is not of the training the model. This is about the building the storage method. This is not about the training the LLMs.
Yeah, because you've done the training, therefore you have the algorithm, if you'll forgive if that's a correct expression. So you're pushing that algorithm to where the data lives. So you must have done the training to then push it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, may I just give 2 sets of thank yous and also a suggestion then? So first, thank you, Nalini. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to see that you're still here. That's always a good start. So I'm not an avatar or hologram. We were just talking about the ABBA experience. Sorry, your name was Tito. Tito and I were talking about the ABBA experience. So he was explaining to me what's happening, which you're going to see tomorrow night. But this topic is really, hopefully, your favorite topic because it's all about you. And the question is, are you a digital leader? Well, I guess there are a couple of other questions associated with that. The first one would be, do you want to be a digital leader? And then how do you assess if you are a digital leader? And then how would you become a better digital leader? So just set some expectations. I'm not going to be covering all 3 of those, so hopefully you'll get some insights on the first and the third bit. The main focus on this is how do you assess your capabilities for a digital leader? And we've heard a lot today about frameworks and AI and everything else. Well, how do these things evolve over time? So in this session, I'd like to cover, first of all, what is a digital leader? And also, what are sustainable capabilities for a digital leader? And then how do I evaluate it? And I would like to feel that at the end of this, if you haven't already done so, you really would like to participate in this research, because it's only through this evidence base that we really get to know that these are the right capabilities. So you've got the link on there. Mike has very kindly offered to stick that up on the LinkedIn group as well. It's very simple, hly.ac/heats. That will take you into the survey, and through that survey, you'll get an opportunity to put in not only the capabilities, but to also reflect on some of the things that we can talk about in terms of performance and success and motivators, etc. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. But what is a digital leader? What is digital? have a long debate, I'm sure, just on that. So in my simple world, digital is all of this. It starts with that IT with Leo in the 1951 in the first business applications. A couple of people nodding there, familiar with the Leo computer. And it extends into what we've been now all talking about in this AI world. It spans all of those decades. And over time, what's happened is there's been an evolution of the focus. You know, we started off in those functional areas with administration, marketing, then we moved on to the enterprise, then to the customer, we've gone into society, product platforms, AI. Each stage has thrown up a whole new set of digital technologies, whole new challenges in terms of driving how the business can work. But the purpose of this research is to say, well, alongside that, there are several capabilities which have remained constant. And why do we need that? Well, we know that many companies don't actually survive these different waves, do they? So we get companies that actually, the health of the company or the survival of the company are really at risk because they're not able to adapt to the new wave of digital technology. So what is it that makes a difference? What are those sustainable capabilities that an enterprise needs? And what are the sustainable capabilities that you need as individuals who are helping those enterprises? That's really what we're trying to establish in the research. So it's pretty groundbreaking if we get it right. Ultimately, what we're saying is that combination of those new digital technologies plus the sustainable capabilities that allow you to transform the operating model. Because after all, what's enterprise architecture if it's not helping you transform the operating?
Would all this come under change management title as well?
It's change management is one element of it. It's one of the capabilities that you need. But as we go through, you'll see we start to pull together. In fact, there are 40 capabilities that we identify. So, but we split it down. So it's not, we don't just throw 40 capabilities at you. How do we do that? Well, first of all, the question is, I'm asking, are you a digital leader? And you might be saying, well, let me ask you that question. Are you a digital leader? So what's my background? So I was, in my first part of my career, I was a CIO. So I didn't start as a CIO, but I did CIO 3 times. And so I've had that experience of actually doing it. As you hear this comment of those who can't teach, I think Aristotle phrased it slightly differently, you know, that those who can understand do and teach. So the reality is that moving from an enterprise perspective and a corporate role as CIO into academia has been a really interesting transition for me. And the way I did that was through education. So I did an MBA when I was a CIO. I did my doctorate while I was the second CIO and then transitioned into Henley. Well, I did both at Henley. And has anyone been at Henley? Has anyone been?
I've got an MBA from Henley.
You've got an MBA at Henley, fantastic. Isn't it a beautiful location?
Mm.
Fantastic location.
I also got one for a master's from LSE.
Oh, you didn't need to mention
which
that.
is better.
We'll stick to the MBA at Henley. But it's a beautiful location. And of course, that's why I had to move to academia to stay with Henley. But so that transition through education and also through some of the other activities, through being a coach, through working and writing books and professional development with BCS, have helped with Sophia, helped on the information management group, etc. All of this is really about understanding and learning. And I think that's why you're in this room today, yeah? You're committed to continue to understand and learn. So that background really led us into some research here. And the research has been doing is with, started off with McKinsey several years back. Some of you may have seen the Enterprise Architecture and Digital Leaders research that we did. And if not, I'm going to share just some background on that. I'm not going to go in detail, but I'll share the reference. essentially, why did we start off this research? Well, enterprise architecture, I'm a really great believer in that. It was fundamental to the transformations that I ran at Diageo, at Electrolux, absolutely fundamental. And yet, everything we saw when we talked to people and organizations is that they weren't using it to the full extent. And we wanted to understand why that was. So we wanted to look at the practices of digital leaders in the enterprise architecture space. Because the problems we were seeing is that despite all this effort and skills and everything we put into digital transformation, we keep getting this figure back. 70% of transformations fail. And it seems to be a constant. So clearly the lessons that we're supposed to be learning from all that were not happening. So why was that? And secondly, in terms of the what does an enterprise architecture do and should be doing, connecting strategy and execution, connecting business and technology, again, the findings were that enterprise architecture wasn't doing that. And why was this not happening? Well, the talent gap somewhere, and there's obviously an issue around stakeholders. How do we engage with different stakeholders to make this happen? So hence, that led us to the research around what are the capabilities needed for digital transformation leaders. As I say, the first bit of research is on enterprises, and now today's research that I'm going to be sharing with you is more about the individual. So here's the enterprise research, and it's just one slide I picked out, but you'll see the report here, Enterprise Architecture and Digital Leaders. So if you want to click on that and Google it, you'll find that report. And it was done by Dr. Oliver Bossert and myself. Oliver, McKinsey partner with many, many years running the enterprise architecture practice. So a very smart guy, very well informed and also very well connected. And he approached me several years ago at an enterprise architecture conference and said, well, look, would you like to do some joint research in this area? So if you want to find out the results of that, you can log on and you'll get the report and you'll get the full analysis. But there's one area that I wanted to just highlight from that. So this was one chart that we produced here. And we were looking here at the strategic focus of enterprise architects. And what we found was a clear difference between those who really focused more than the average on strategy compared to those who weren't. And those who were focusing more on strategy, they were delivering more business benefits, but equally they were also recognized more by their colleagues in the business. So that combination of benefits and recognition stood out very clearly. So we wanted to take that and say, okay, well, let's look at that. And let's examine what are the lessons from that and how would they then apply to individual people? Because of this talent gap that we've got, how can we just enhance the capabilities? Now, the question is, what is a leader? So many years ago, I was running a program for a big corporate company at Henley, and it was about the whole of digital, from strategy all the way through to implementation, and enterprise architecture was a big part of that. And they asked me to facilitate a session internally for their group. And the CIO said, well, look, I really want to find out how can we enhance our leadership? And so he said, look, meet with a couple of my team, meet with HR because they're going to be the project. So I said, okay, I'll do that. And I had a couple of chats with them. And it was very interesting because the head of HR and the CIO had completely different views of what a leader was. As far as the HR person was concerned, it was all about the left-hand side. They were the executive leaders. They were the people that drove the strategy, the governance, the culture. But the CIO said, look, I don't care. I mean, I've got 4,000 people, and any of those people can be a leader as far as I'm concerned, because their ability to influence is what matters to me in terms of innovation, in terms of guiding teams, in terms of making sure there's a strong connection between the business, the technical, and the data. That's what I'm looking for. Now, of course, when you start to look at the capabilities of a digital leader, I think we are looking at both sides of this. Because you may be on one side or the other, but I hope that whichever side you're on, you recognize the connection, the other side. So if you are an executive, I hope you don't lead just through, you have to do this, you have to do this. You also lead through the influencing, the innovation and guiding stuff. And likewise, if you're on the other side, which many enterprise architects are there on the right-hand side, they're not running the company, they're not a CIO, they're not a CEO or CFO. How do you engage with those people that are doing that role? You better understand strategy. You better understand governance. You better understand cultural change. If you don't, you're not going to be able to connect with those people. So hence, these capabilities that we're looking at in terms of digital leader do encompass all of these different aspects. And ultimately, what we're saying here is if you want to transform the enterprise, which I assume you do, you have to be able to transform the architecture, but you also have to transform yourself. And it's that connection that we're looking at. How do you move from transforming yourself to transforming the architecture, transforming the enterprise? Which leads us nicely into this capability. So Oliver and I sat down and to some extent we relied on our experience. I'd say to quite a large extent, relied on our experience. But we didn't just look at our experience. We looked at the professional skills like Sophia. We looked at TOGAF in terms of, we've got a whole set of competencies around technical architecture. We looked at the academic literature. We talked to peers. And as a result of pulling that all together, we came up with this capability map, which essentially starts off with the three elements of transform yourself, transform the architecture, the enterprise, which leads you into personal, functional, and enterprise leadership capabilities. And we then split that out into 12 groups, 12 capability groups. So within transform yourself, the first element is really about personal development. Find ways to assess and develop your own personal capabilities. A core skill of enterprise architects is obviously problem solving. So how good are we at problem solving? But as well as these analytical type of tasks, you also need to be engaged with the business. How do you engage with the business? Well, you need strong character and mindset. You need to be able to challenge upwards, which is a really difficult thing to do. As a CIO, one of the toughest conversations I had was with the CEO who'd previously engaged me 3 or 4 months earlier and had told me, I want to develop relationships and I want to build our key account capability. And I went back to him after looking at what the organization was doing, talked to, as in its European role, so there were a lot of different people to talk to. And I went back to him at the end of these 3 months and I said, you know, we need to develop a new operating model. And I was quite proud of myself, you know, worked out there were 3 different operating models we needed. They were doing the supply chain. There was a big project to connect the supply chain factories across Europe with sales companies. And I said, look, you want to deal with key accounts. We're going to need to pilot an operating model around key accounts. And by the way, I think we should prototype a model with consumers, you know, looking ahead to that. I thought this was going to go great. And he said, he looked at me, he said, Sean, that's rubbish. Wow, okay. This could be a short career. I know CIO stands for career is over, but I didn't realize it was going to. And I was so complacent. I didn't work out what I was going to say. So I just said, look, you know, there are 30,000 people out there that disagree with you. And he looked at me, he said, well, I'll go and tell them then, you know. And so, and off he went. And it took another 6 weeks before we met another time when he came round and he said, and by the way, he didn't say to me, oh yeah, your idea, you know, he just said, we need to build a new operating model. And I thought, okay, that sounds good. Until I heard from someone else, he didn't tell me, he expected me to build it. And I had to build it in 3 months, but I didn't know what it was. So this is what happens, you know, if you challenge upwards, you better be aware that once you start making a proposal like that, you are going to be asked to do it.
Yes. We're not too familiar.
So hence, character mindset, stakeholder engagement are key. All of these personal capabilities, I'm sure you recognize. And of course, you're absolutely going to recognize the middle bit, because whether it's EA on the page or TOGAF or whatever, you're still going to have to deal with architecture, technical data, and business. The enterprise leadership stuff is interesting because when you come to transform, you probably have your own team. When you start off, you may not, but after a while, you know, you're going to have your own team and you're going to be driving initiatives, etc. But the real difference in organizations is your ability to drive and guide, lead cross-functional teams across the business, IT, vendors, etc. Your ability to do that, sometimes bringing in customers. That operating model I talked about with the key accounts, we brought in the customer. We had a big session with one of our biggest customer. So doing that cross-functional activity is what really leads you into strategic transformation. So I hope you can see that all of these things ultimately lead you to transformation. And those 12 areas then translate into 40 capabilities. So what have we done? Having created that map, we really want to test it. You know, it's all very well us sitting in the back room and creating these capabilities, but do they make sense? Do they make sense to people like you? And the way we've tested that is, first of all, with a survey, hence why we want everyone to complete that. But we've also then followed that up with mini cases. So where people have filled in the survey, you can then have like a mini coaching session, right? These are the capabilities. Do you recognize these, et cetera, et cetera? I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. And of course, through network, through sessions like this, we get feedback and say, yeah, does this make sense? We've run a couple of webinars with the Association of Enterprise Architects that some of you may also be members of, and the SAP Enterprise Architecture community. And so we're learning all the time. This is very much an evolutionary thing. The McKinsey Henley one took place over several years. This may well be the same. So, and I'd like to thank all those supporters, you know, the AEA, SAP, and also the BCS. Of course, thank you in advance if you haven't already filled it in. Again, there's the link to the survey. And I think the benefit to you, apart from the society benefit of contributing to groundbreaking, hopefully groundbreaking research, you will have the opportunity to get a personal profile back. And hopefully you, through that personal profile and seeing how the research looks as a whole, you can start to connect and say, well, what is the learning for me as an individual? So what I want to share with you briefly, some of the initial findings from 200 participants who have completed this to date. It's still very much a work in progress. So the data I show you is not the final data. Hopefully it'll give you a sense of the sort of directions that we're moving. So the framework essentially looks at capabilities. So the survey as a whole will cover the capabilities, but it also asks you questions about your motivators. We capture also the years of experience. We look at the motivators, which we did in the original enterprise study as well. And some of you may be familiar with some of the theory around Hertzberg in terms of hygiene factors versus motivation theory. So we capture some of that in this survey. And we look at performance. And you say, well, how do you measure performance? So we measure it in certain ways in terms of feedback. What feedback do you get in terms of your performance from informally and formally through your company? How do you feel about your own personal career progression? And then what about from an advancement perspective? You know, how many promotions, you know, do you have? What size of decisions are you making in terms of your enterprise architecture contributions, etc.? And then in terms of reach, we look at are you able to engage with CIOs, with CXOs? To what extent do you reach out in terms of the professional network? So I'm already encouraged by the fact you're all sitting in this room that you'll score highly on that one, because those people that engage, well, we'll look and we'll see what happens with those people that engage in terms of professional networks. How does that look like? But ultimately, success is very much, it's a multifaceted outcome. You can't say success is, oh, I've got this job or I got this career, because different things, you know, motivate different people. So what does success look like for you, and what capabilities do you need? We hope that this research will help. So some findings. First of all, capabilities over experience. So we actually look at the age range and we measure the capability across those ranges. Now you may look at that and say, well, okay, yeah, there's a capability increase in total capability over time. Yeah, maybe nothing earth-shattering about that. But actually what it does, it gives us a confidence, a couple of levels. So first of all, it gives us a confidence that people are not overrating themselves. So even, you know, the people in that 0 to 10-year range are not saying, yeah, we're going to give ourselves 5s on everything, you know. They've actually assessed themselves reasonably accurately, because we would expect capability to grow. And this type of feedback is really reassuring. People are being objective about their own capabilities. And it also gives us a sense that those capabilities are robust, that those 40 capabilities make sense, because the fact that those capabilities are increasing over the experience ranges suggests that they are the right capabilities. So although it seems a very simple chart, it's actually very reassuring to us anyway. We also split it down into dimensions in terms of personal capabilities, and then the functional capabilities, and then the enterprise leadership. Interesting enough, the personal capabilities start off fairly high. And maybe that's because, you know, when you choose people, you're choosing people that have those capabilities in the first place. Yeah. The functional capabilities grow over time, which we would expect. And we would expect, I think, and it's confirmed by here, that the enterprise leadership starts lower, because obviously people don't have experience, and that grows over time. So again, these are reassuring types of that the capabilities are robust. We then look at capability in terms of performance factors. 4 performance factors were at the top of the range. So the correlation, this isn't, by the way, obviously you understand it's correlations don't mean causations, but they are correlated. So we do find that the top one, interesting, was what I call the reach network. And that is this type of activity, your ability to go out and engage with your professional network and come up and speak and, you know, run sessions like Mike, you know. These people correlate highly in terms of high capability, high reach. So all credit to this group. Also, it correlates highly with career progression. So people's their self-assessment of their career and their satisfaction relative to their peers is higher with higher capabilities. Engagement with CIO is higher. And the size of the monetary decisions, so the projects and programs that you're responsible for, in terms of those are the biggest things. So these 4 out of many different success factors came as the highest correlation. And the question is, as I say, not necessarily causation. It may be that because you attend these great sessions with Mike is why your capabilities are much higher.
Not only me, I should say.
Colin wasn't in the room. I'll give you credit. not only you. But what is it that motivates you? Interesting here, and I'm always pleased to see this, you know, in terms of our community, that it's challenge and recognition that are the big. We go with that Hertzberg, you know, the motivating factors. We're not driven just by money. Money's there, you know, it's there as number 4 on this list.
What about Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
This is equivalent to Maslow's hierarchy of it absolutely goes with that. Self-esteem, challenge, recognition bit. Yeah, absolutely fits in with that. The career path, you know, starts off, yeah, excited about a career. Of course, by the time you get to the end, you're not so worried about your career. That's not too surprising. The only disappointing thing for me here is education. Why is that so? Why is that so low? Why is that not growing? That's something I'm going to have to meet and talk to you individually about.
It's expensive, that's why.
It's expensive. Let's speak some of the done then.
Let's see a charge you 40K for a master's now for a foreign student.
This is, yeah, worth every penny. I'm not here for the sales pitch though, but thank you. What we also do, we present back to you individual profiles. Here's one example of that. Mike filled this in, I'm very pleased to say. And this is an example of a mid-career enterprise architect. As we would expect from what we saw in the previous charts, high in terms of personal capability, more from a technical background. So technical and architecture were strong, less strong in data and business. Hadn't really got into that situation of engaging and connecting with the business to the same level. Not bad, but not as good. And the weakest area was really driving transformation. So fantastic at creating the architect, the blueprints and engaging with the business at that level, but had not really engaged with the solution architects, with the CFO and actually making it happen and doing the transformation. So that's just one example of a sort of chart that we can produce. So I want to finish off. How could I not finish off without with not covering AI? I mean, of course, I have said these are sustainable capabilities, but I'm sure the question would come: how sustainable are these capabilities in an AI world? These 40 capabilities, yeah, we can look back over the last decades to Leo onwards, but what about the next 2, 3, 4, 5 decades? Will they still be relevant? Well, who do you ask in circumstances? Well, obviously, the only person I could ask was AI. So, notice it says AI unvalidated. So I asked AI and I said, all right, well, these capability groups that we've created, are these going to be relevant in an AI-centric world? And it said, yes, 10 of them, in fact, they're going to be even more important. 2 of them, in terms of the core team and operational initiatives, will be the same, but the others are all going to be even more important. But it was interesting that it's then split it into automated and augmented in terms of AI. So some of the things on that you would expect in terms of automated, the character and mindset is very low. Yes, you're not going to expect AI to dramatically change that. Well, at least that's what it told me. But there are other areas where, you know, some of these things were medium in terms of certainly the professional type of capabilities. And we've heard earlier today about how AI can potentially automate some of those architecture capabilities. And we need to be very aware of that as enterprise architects, that AI is going to start eating our lunch. So we better develop those other capabilities. We better be sure that we have strong personal capabilities and we have strong enterprise leadership capabilities. This last column, I have no idea. It's something, you know, I started to learn some stuff today from this session about how AI could augment some of these things, and that was really good. And I need to do a lot more homework. I would really like to understand how these things are high and medium and what it is that's actually going to augment it. I think this is really exciting stuff, very exciting stuff. So let me finish off with just some conclusions and recommendations. I hope you agree with the conclusion in terms of capability map, that it is a sustainable ability map guide. And it's robust in terms of the digital journey, not just looking back, but looking ahead, that these are the right capabilities that you need to develop as a digital leader, and that the enterprise as a whole needs to develop. Because it isn't just about you, realistically, it's about the team. So our next bit of research is really to extend this from an individual to a team. And if you complete the survey, there is an opportunity for you to say, I'll do this for a group of people, a team of people. And then you can start to say, well, even if we've got gaps here and here, do we cover all those areas as a team? So I think going from the enterprise to the individual to the team is really interesting for us. So we really would like to see that you do evaluate and enhance your capabilities to be a digital leader. We do make the point that success is multifaceted. Be clear on what your own personal objectives are. What's important for you? Is it career? Is it job? Is it satisfaction, work-life balance? Are you motivated by challenge, recognition, money, etc., etc.? Thinking about that is really important, and being clear as to how those capabilities then link into those success factors. And over time, be prepared to change. Recognize that this is not a one-off. As you saw from the experience, things change. Things change in terms of capabilities. They change in terms of motivators, and they change in terms of performance. And then finally, don't stop learning. These are sustainable capabilities. You need to keep enhancing, developing them, and you need to combine it with all that agile learning that you're getting on the web, and connect the two and think about how to connect the two. Is that on time, Mike?
Perfect. Yes, we did start a few minutes late and we finished a few minutes late. So absolutely perfect. Thank you very much. It's yeah, so much to think about there. You know, I did do the survey myself some time ago, and I do. I haven't done it in the last few weeks, so I don't remember it intimately. But you do get some direct feedback, which some of those pages did remind me of. So it is, you do get value in the moments, as well as seeing what else comes out of it in 6 months' time or 12 months' time, when you have more hundreds or whatever people in there. Very interesting end to the day. Thank you very much, Professor Manwani. Thank you. Or do you want to see if either group is ready yet? And we'll just have a couple of quick fire questions. I don't know if, could we have just slightly picked up the time, but was there, yes?
Oh, years ago, I used to come here and there were talks by consultants whose job was to go into organizations and try and solve the communication problems between business users and the IT staff who hated each other. Is that communication still a problem in some organizations, you think?
Well, interesting enough, we did the enterprise research. We found that 40% of organizations, enterprise architect people, not the business people, they said their business colleagues didn't understand what they did. So unfortunately in some, but there are a lot of good organizations where it's going really, really well. There's a big difference. So I think you were.
Well, is it very quick? Where do you see enterprise architecture fitting on a career? Because you talked about career development being one of the things. It's not something that people go straight into as their first starting point, and it's not somewhere where maybe they want to finish either. So how do we create a sort of career progression? Because it's a new career.
I think it's a fantastic thing. Look, personally, I think everyone who, whatever they start, whether they're in development, operations, project management, etc., should have mid-career enterprise architecture. And then it should be a stepping stone. No one should see enterprise architecture as the endpoint, in my view, because that holistic experience should lead you to the CIO role. Sorry, I think there was
See, this is our view internally of what we think makes us successful.
Yes.
Have you got any evidence, or are you doing any study to say, well, actually, from the other side of the wall, what they want, what they view as being successful, and how that correlates to business outcome?
It's a really, really good question. Obviously, Oliver and I, he's as a McKinsey partner, you can imagine how many companies he worked with. I ran transformations for the biggest companies in the world, you know, so we know we were successful because we had those capabilities. So there is that, but you're quite right. We need to test it also, sit down with CEO and say, if you had someone who could do all this, would it be success? Great question.
So we'll keep going, but we're going to bring the other group in to see how they got on with the AI, and we will continue this conversation afterwards. I mean, Duncan, if you want to go ahead and see if you can.
Sorry, you
here's first. Tito, yeah.
When you talk about team capability, I was reminded of the 5 dysfunctions of a team. I just wondered whether any of those dysfunctions sort of map onto some of the team capabilities you might consider.
You must get in touch, because we haven't started the team research. So I'd love to have that dialogue.
You're familiar with the 5 dysfunctions of the team.
There's so much stuff on Teams. Henley has done so much stuff on Teams. But I'd love to hear your perspective on it. So you get in touch, connect, please.
Have you done any correlation between the job that the folks think they're doing and the job they were hired for?
That's a really interesting one. It's a very interesting one.
I'll talk to you later about
Get in touch, please do. See what we could get from.
What are you going to say? You're one.
Prof, I think one of the big questions about education, and I don't know whether this is now back to the business schools, but I think we are beginning to recognize the theory and the practical.
Yes.
There's an adjunct that is not matching.
Yes, agreed.
We've been taught to do an MBA.
Yeah.
And when you do an MBA, you have a greater understanding.
Yeah.
Now, I've done the MBA.
Yes.
I still haven't done the greater understanding because the goalpost has moved even further. Now, I've started the PhD, and the research is showing this. The ontology that should come from the business schools is not gelling in the business world. Why?
Well, you obviously didn't do the MBA at Henley. That's
well, that's
so. Mike, you're waiting to start.
Do we have?
I really have to.
Do we have more people to come? I think
He has to leave at a certain time.
I better.
we shall continue over a drink in a little while. Yes. Marvelous. Okay.
So.
Over to you, sorry, Petra and Gunnar.
We just wanted to give a recap. So we're doing really, as part of the committee, we have an AI research stream, and in that stream we basically we do online events, we do roundtables, and we usually take advantage of the conference being here to have people's feedback on things that we what people are thinking, what people would want, what's happening. And one of the things that we talked about, we created a kind of like a very simple framework to illustrate how we need certain things from an architecture perspective versus what does the business wants to do, and they want to move fast. And we always assume, and you've got lots of great enterprise architects here. They come from good organizations, they have great frameworks. I work for very small organizations, and usually you're asked to support organizations on AI initiatives and make selections, whilst actually the foundation for our we're kind of talking about those things, talking about what people's experiences were. And to be very honest, I think my takeaway was, and I don't know what your takeaway, but he gets something to say as well. No, it's just, I'm just joking. But my big takeaway was that we actually do not architect differently for AI than we do for other things. We do the same things, but I think it's the speed with which we need to do it is actually where we're starting to struggle, because we're not able to really work ahead of the game. It's a lot of information. As somebody said in another session, we still do an awful lot of things manual as part of architects, part of our work, part of engagement. And so we should be looking also, how do we use AI to help EA and vice versa? And how can we speed that up? So we had a really good discussion. So it was really great. I think everybody participated. What we did, we're going to post this, of course, online. Con has already done an AI analysis on the whole thing. It's been typing away all day, I saw, but what we also did was the pink ones are really the key takeaways that people took away from it, but also that they want us to look further into. So we are going to be taking those things, focusing on those topics, and they are mainly, I think, about how do we do it? How do we support the business? What are the guardrails? What are the principles? What can we put in place to actually help us create velocity and speed and supporting the organization? And that there really is a need for bringing some of those things together. And that's what we're going to be concentrating on. And we will present the sheet, the AI analysis, and then we'll probably also do an overview of what we're going to be working on over the next couple of months. Plus, we'll do our own analysis to see if the AI was actually right. Because it just took a picture and it said, this is what we think it is. I had a quick look. It looked interesting, but it also had a few hallucinations, I think, in there. So watch that space. I just want to give the floor to...
Yeah, thank you,
Bilal.
Petra. I mean, for me, really, the takeaway is, I guess the group agreed that there isn't like a huge difference or division between enterprise architecture and enterprise architecture and AI. So it's not like we're, jumping on the bandwagon and we want to do AI because it's very popular, so let's put it on top of architecture. I think that architecture is a guiding framework, is a necessary activity to actually help you and guide you deploy AI in the right place. And for me, one interesting term that was coined by Duncan, I believe, is the architect as a trusted advisor. So to be a trusted advisor, they cannot be a trusted advisor overnight. They have to actually prepare for it and have to have a long lead into it. I think by preparing relevant models and things that show where we are, where we're going, etc., they gain this advantage of being trusted, so that people can always consult them on deploying things like AI or whatever the next fad is going to be. They're not, they're not separate. They are, one actually should accommodate the other constantly and guide it and illuminate the road for making it effective and rather, basically useful.
Was there anything anybody else wanted to give us a feedback, maybe on the session, or were there any questions about what we're...
I want to add something, but I think I'll wait for questions first. If there are any other questions.
A quick question, if I may. So you're going to publish a slightly more formal or whatever digestible version of what is here. Con has used an AI analysis, you said, to elaborate in ways that we will find out. Yeah, fine. As well as publishing in that respect, are you also planning follow-on activity to know for the group of potential?
That's what I said. So we've got the AI street, we've got the AI work group, which Mike, Con, myself, Galal, and some other people, Deepak, who's not here, I think, are part of. And I think, well, we're going to be arranging online sessions, more roundtables, probably bring out some surveys, questionnaires, but also present the material. And I think it'd be good also to invite people to participate. So I think we're looking to, expand on some things in more detail, and that would be really good if we can get people on board.
Awesome. With it. I mean, what I wanted to say is, cyber has done something similar, like AI and cyber, or cyber and AI. And I think we're in the same boat, right? So EA for AI, what are we going to feed into the tools of the future that will help us, right? Do we have any requirements that we want to push to the tooling people, to the people who manufacture all these things we're working with? Do we have any guidance or any framework that we can throw up and, hopefully it's going to be implemented, right? So that's one part.
Well, we call this AI architecture framework sort of hesitant way.
Yeah.
But it will feed into requirements. Tooling is one of the things. Right? There are other things there, of course, the foundational. The second part is the AI for EA, right? How can it help us, facilitate all the things we want to do? So cyber is doing something similar, data is doing something similar, right? So I think this is our chance to shape a little bit of try and say a little bit of how things will go into the future, right? What do we want out of it and what do we want it to do for us, right? These are the two things, That's all.
I think what would be good, Mike, is for us to make a list of the things that people want to see. So that's here. And then basically what we plan to do to bring more people together, more of the groups together, and how we're actually planning to present it further out, because through the BCS, we also usually do an article in IT Now, so that it becomes publicly visible. We usually then have an online presentation. Last year we did one for the leadership, which wasn't recorded for some reason, but we did present like a year-long track of research on leadership, and we presented that back to the membership, and we're planning basically to do the same with this. So, but I think this is such a more hot topic, but also I think there's so many areas of it. So as Con already said, we have AI for EA, we have what do we do as architect for it? How do we build our structures for it? How do we fit it into our own environments? Tooling, technology. So really work on what strands do we actually want to focus on, because we can't focus on everything in one go. I think it's going to be separate strands, and we really would like to invite people to really participate as much as possible, because it's not about us creating stuff, but we're kind of trying to facilitate bringing back the experiences that you guys have with, implementing AI for your organizations, and then looking at patterns and looking at ways of how other people are doing it that might help other people of the BCS membership.
So watch the spaces, should be other connected events later on
Yes.
to bring people up.
Good.
Ask your colleagues and mates and stuff like that.
Sorry to interrupt you, and I just wanted to say on communications, we do often use the LinkedIn group. I don't know, I mean, we do have an email distribution list too. You're on the email distribution list if and only if we are one of the 5 groups that you select, specialist groups that you select as part of your BCS membership. And there may be some people in here who are not even BCS members, in which case you can join the LinkedIn group. So I don't know if the continuation from the conference is always something I want to maintain. So sorry to get into the gnarly of it. I mean, quick show of hands. Does anyone remember whether you've joined the BCS EA specialist group as one of your 5 and therefore are on the email? So about maybe half of the people. And do you know if you're on the LinkedIn group for EASG? Not identical, but a lot of commonality there. Okay, fine. Raising awareness of those 2 channels.
Are double, and the fact that there might be some confusion, make sure that it's the EASG group that we've
Enterprise, BCS Enterprise Architecture Group or Leadership
Group.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but yeah. There is one.
So there is clear.
No, there's a shadow.
Shadow IT. Shadow